The Senate will come to order, and the chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal Lord God, our refuge and strength, we praise you that we have nothing to fear because we remember how you have sustained our nation in the past. We trust your providence to help us reach our desired destination. Lord, continue to lead our lawmakers as they seek your wisdom, justice, and grace. May they remember that those who would leave a legacy of faithfulness must strive to be faithful to you. Inspire our senators to perform their appointed duties with such reverence that their service will be like the sun shining forth on a cloudless morning. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Senator from Michigan.
President, I'd suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. President.
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that we vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of H.R. 3684, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 100, H.R. 3684, an act to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I call up amendment number 2131 to the substitute and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The Senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, proposes an amendment number 2131 to amendment number 3157.
Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will read.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Now, Mr. President, yesterday evening, as everyone knows, the group of bipartisan senators working on on Infrastructure finished the text of the bill. I immediately moved to make that text the base of the bill here on the floor, as promised. Last night, Democrats offered to begin the amendment process right away. There are 3 bipartisan amendments to the bill we're ready to consider. 2 are led by Republicans, a Round Smith amendment and a Thune-Tester amendment, and another from Senators Padilla and Moran. Let me be clear. These 3 amendments would constitute only the first tranche of potential amendments. The Senate can and should consider more afterwards. I'd encourage senators from both sides of the aisle to submit potential amendments to the bill. And as we have already done several times this year, on the Anti-Asian Hate Crimes Bill and the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act, just to name 2 examples, the majority will work with the minority to put together packages of amendments for the Senate to vote on. At the moment, we need consent from our Republican colleagues to start the amendment process, and we await their answer. I hope we can use our time in the Senate efficiently. Let's start voting on amendments. The longer it takes to finish the bill, the longer we'll be here. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The Republican leader.
Ask consent that further proceedings under the quorum call be suspended.
Without objections, ordered.
A number of our colleagues in both parties worked through the weekend to finalize their draft agreement on a major bill for our nation's infrastructure. So I want to thank the senators who worked hard and long to get this effort this far already. I'm confident that out of the 100 of us who serve in this body, 100 will be able to find parts of the legislation that we wish
were different. But I believe our colleagues' draft text provides a good and important jumping-off point for what needs to be a robust and bipartisan process out here on the floor. Infrastructure is exactly the kind of subject that Congress should be able to address across the aisle. Roads, bridges, waterways, airports. These things are not luxuries for the greatest nation in world history. They are necessities. Necessarily, legislation like this will be big and complex. It will necessarily affect all 50 states. That's why, while I salute the hard work of my colleagues who produced the base text that's now before us, their conversations can't be the Senate's last word. Senators on both sides expect and deserve opportunities to have a say and to put their own state's imprints on this major bill. Just as infrastructure itself is not a luxury, but a necessity, the same goes for the Senate having a robust and bipartisan amendment process on legislation of this magnitude. Our full consideration of this bill must not be choked off by any artificial timetable that our Democratic colleagues may have penciled out for political purposes. Our bipartisan negotiators have already been taking this task very seriously. The American people need the Senate to continue taking it seriously as well. Now, on another matter, this bipartisan work on infrastructure just reinforces the recklessness of the purely partisan taxing and spending spree that Democrats want to ram through next. Even before we get to this week, there's ample evidence the Senate is fully capable of passing policies that are actually smart, that actually make things better for American families, and to do so with bipartisan majorities. A year and a half ago, the Senate turned a blank sheet of paper into the CARES Act that saved our health care system, saved our economy, and poured money into Operation Warp Speed to help unlock vaccines in record time. Overwhelming bipartisan support. A year ago, we passed the Great American Outdoors Act, a historic investment in our nation's national parks and national treasures. Another very large bipartisan vote. Last December, there was yet another bipartisan COVID rescue package. And just a few months ago, senators once again compromised and passed a big bipartisan bill addressing American competitiveness versus China. There's nothing stopping policies from earning bipartisan support here in the Senate when they deserve it. Bills that deserve to pass the chamber are not having a hard time passing. So the fact that our Democratic colleagues will immediately pivot to a staggering, reckless tax and spend spree that will not earn a single Republican vote, well, that tells Americans everything they need to know. This 50-50 Senate, a very narrowly divided House, and a president who promised unity and togetherness have decided they want to respond to an environment of uncertainty and inflation with a sprawling $3.5 trillion socialist shopping list and a huge set of painful tax hikes. That's their plan. Our friend and colleague, the junior senator from Vermont, may not have won the Democratic presidential nomination, but his ideology sure has won the war. So in the next few days, the Democratic leader says they'll start the process of ramming through this awful, awful package. They want to respond to a border crisis with amnesty. They want to respond to runaway inflation and soaring costs for families with even more reckless spending, printing, and borrowing. They want to respond to a growing worker shortage by turning a tax credit for working parents into permanent welfare with no work requirement. They want to respond to an uneasy economic recovery with massive tax hikes and a whole catalog of Green New Deal mandates and regulations so Washington bureaucrats can run the country. So, Mr. President, if what Senate Democrats are planning to do next was a good idea, it would read like one, and it would smell like one, and it wouldn't require a hyper-partisan high-wire act from Senate Democrats to pull it off.
Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
socialism. It's a label we hear a lot. It's been around a while, a long time. But in American politics, it's kind of applied in an unusual way. The notion that every American would pay into an insurance fund so that everyone who retired could live in basic dignity, we called it Social Security as Democrats. The Republicans called it socialism. Do they want to remove Social Security as a socialist program? I don't know. I listened carefully as the Republican leader starts talking about the weaknesses of the Democratic philosophy. And then in the 1960s, Lyndon Baines Johnson looked around America and saw a new class of impoverished Americans growing by the day. They were our parents and grandparents. And he decided one of their biggest problems was paying for their medical expenses and their prescription drugs eventually. So he proposed a federal program called Medicare for everyone who reached the age of 65 in America, regardless of whether they were rich or poor. Boy, think about that. The critics call that socialism. The notion that we would help everybody, that we would collect money from all workers during their work experience and then take care of our parents and grandparents so that they could live longer, more independently. Socialism. And now that we are discussing, and we are at an early stage, changing that Medicare program to extend its benefits to include fundamental and basic things that have been sitting there for decades waiting to be addressed. Eyeglasses, hearing aids, dental work. We know what a difference those things make in the lives of everyone, but how critically important they are to those who are elderly. And yes, the junior senator from Vermont has proposed that we extend Medicare benefits to include those protections, but he's not alone. Moderates within the Democratic caucus across the board agree it's time to take a serious look at that. And the Republican leader tells us we're flirting with socialism again. I don't think that a poor elderly person without dentures who can't eat their food can be ignored, nor helping them is socialism. And I might also add one thing that's important. He cites the CARES Act. I remember it well. It was a little over a year ago, last year. The pandemic was just kicking off, and there was proposed this CARES Act, over $1 trillion. Might have been the biggest bill of all times when it was passed. It was proposed under the Trump administration with the Democratic Congress, and it ended up with the strong bipartisan roll call. I voted for it. Virtually every Democratic senator joined every Republican senator to make that a reality. Billions of dollars to deal with the pandemic. Socialist? I don't think so. It was America family coming together through their government to address a crisis. That's exactly what happened. So what happened when we had a new president, when Donald Trump was gone, and yes, he is gone, despite the fact that he doesn't know it. What happened when we had a new president who decided he wanted to put together a rescue plan when he was first elected, as Joe Biden did? This rescue plan addressed some fundamentals. First, it kept the promise that Donald Trump made that $1,400 more was coming to every family in America. Really? Rich or poor? $1,400? Sounds socialistic to me, but it was a Trump idea, and it was the Biden rescue plan that pulled it off. And then those vaccines, we can only thank the Lord and the great researchers who put those together, but they were just a theory and just an inventory until Joe Biden passed his American Rescue Plan, and we found a way to administer those COVID-19 vaccines across America. A dramatic effort. That was paid for by the American Rescue Plan as well. And money, loans for businesses to open and get started after the pandemic. Money for schools to make sure they're safe when the kids return to them this fall.
When that American Rescue Plan was put together by President Biden and offered in this chamber, I'm sorry to report not a single Republican, not one Republican senator supported it. I hope they've had second thoughts since then. Administering those vaccines has given us hope in America, and I hope more people will take advantage of it. But that was bipartisanship that had really hit the rocks. It took the Democrats and Kamala Harris to make it a reality. So when I hear these critiques of socialism and partisanship from the other side, I just wonder how far would they go in the name of ending socialism, whether they would include Medicare, Social Security, programs which have historically been labeled as socialistic. On a completely different topic, but somehow related, senators spend a lot of time in airports, in airplanes, even in COVID-19 times. Presiding officer knows that well. And I spend most of my time in a handful of airports. O'Hare, I know inside and out. I can take you on a tour whenever you'd like to go. Springfield, my hometown airport's a small undertaking. Reagan National Airport here, I'm familiar with it as well. But I always thought to myself as I traveled years ago that one of the worst airports in America, sadly, was LaGuardia. Oh, what a wreck. LaGuardia was just way underutilized and lacked all the modern developments we expect in an airport. But lo and behold, that has all changed. LaGuardia is virtually finished now, but it's magnificent and beautiful and has things in it many airports would only aspire to have, as it should, because it's not only serving a great city, but is also named after a great man, Fiorello LaGuardia. Fiorello LaGuardia stood 5'2", but he was a giant among American politicians. He called himself a Roosevelt Republican, by which he meant not just Teddy, but FDR too. Well, especially FDR. As mayor of New York City during the Great Depression and World War II, Fiorello LaGuardia took on political corruption and organized crime. He did some things which are still talked about. When the newspaper workers went on strike, he went on the radio on Sunday morning in New York and read the funnies to the kids so they could keep up with them. But he did something that lives on today. He oversaw an unprecedented investment in public works, including construction of new highways, roads, bridges, tunnels, investments that changed the physical landscape of America's largest city. Fiorello LaGuardia famously said, and I quote, "There's no Democrat or Republican way to fix a pothole." He understood that when it comes to the most basic responsibilities of government, political labels shouldn't matter. Building and maintaining roads and bridges helps all of us. Well, I think Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia would be pleased that last week this Senate came together to do a whole lot more than fix a pothole. We've created a blueprint for America's economic future. Against the odds, we now have before us a bipartisan plan to build the physical backbone of the 21st century American economy. In these times when there's so much political disagreement, just getting this far is a remarkable achievement. I look forward to a productive debate and hopefully a vote this week. I'm hopeful we can meet the deadline because the fact is America can't wait any longer for this Senate to take our action. Our roads and bridges are crumbling beneath our feet. Last week on the floor, I brought a photo of a bridge that had collapsed 2 weeks ago in a small rural town in Illinois known as Seneca. A man was driving his pickup truck across the bridge when the pavement crumbled and the bridge split in two. The photo showed his red pickup truck precariously straddling the two halves of the broken bridge. If the gap had been a few inches wider, that driver and his truck would have plunged into the water below. Luckily for him, there were a lot of good Samaritans, good Illinoisans, who came to his rescue. That could happen to any of us any day. More than 47,000 American bridges are judged to be structurally deficient, including 2,000 in my state of Illinois. The legislation we're voting on this week will start to repair them. It includes the largest investment in American bridges since the creation of the interstate highway system. Imagine that. It also includes the largest investment in clean water infrastructure ever. Do we need it? Well, think of Flint, Michigan. And think of the story today in the Chicago papers about the discovery of PFAS contamination in water supplies across my state. That isn't all. We can also replace the old lead service lines that poison drinking water. Remember, so many homes and businesses and schools and churches are served by lead pipe service lines. There is no acceptable, tolerable limit of lead in drinking water. 0. And it's a fact. I want to thank my colleague Tammy Duckworth. She's been a real leader on this issue, and I think all of us owe her a debt of gratitude that it's included in this legislation. Chicago has more miles of lead water pipes than any city in America. I'm not bragging, I'm just stating facts. But Chicago isn't alone. These lead pipes are in big cities and small towns all across the nation. And listen, this bipartisan plan includes the largest investment in passenger rail since the creation of Amtrak in the 1960s. You know President Joe Biden would not forget Amtrak, nor Tom Carper from the state of Delaware, nor Chris Coons, nor any of us who are blessed by having Amtrak service. It's also the largest investment in public transit in American history. I was just out at a ribbon cutting, well, several of them, recently in Chicago. Naturally, people were not riding the CTA and Metro and other rail opportunities as they once did because of the COVID-19, but it's coming back. And we want to make sure those stations are safe and make sure they're accessible for people with disability. With this bill in my state, the Chicago Transit Authority and other public transportation agencies in Chicago and downstate will be able to buy new, more efficient buses and rail cars, modernize tracks and stations, and make those stations accessible. It will also support badly needed capital projects, modernizing the CTA's red and purple lines, expanding the capacity of the blue line at O'Hare, completing the Red Line South extension, which has been a dream and aspiration for decades. This package also includes dollars to modernize Illinois airports, including money for O'Hare's terminal expansion. Believe me, we can use it. We've done a lot with the runways, magnificent investments there. Now we've got to make sure the terminals keep up with that modernization. Remember the cargo ship that ran aground at the Suez Canal earlier this year, causing major delays worldwide in shipping, costing companies and ultimately customers millions of dollars? Well, this infrastructure plan will keep America's economy moving and our shipping lanes open by modernizing our ports, locks, and dams. We're not just repairing old infrastructure, we're building new to solve today's problems and meet the challenges ahead. This plan includes the largest investment in clean energy transmission infrastructure in America's history. If there was ever a moment in time with the world literally burning up for us to get serious about climate change, this is that moment, and this investment responds to it. In America, the biggest source of greenhouse gases is transportation. We can change it. This plan is a start. In the town of Normal, Illinois, yes, there is a Normal, Illinois, a company called Rivian bought an old abandoned Mitsubishi automobile factory 5 years ago. They now have started production on electric cars and delivery vans. The car is the future. Is this going to go anywhere? Does anybody believe in electric vehicles? Well, 15% of Rivian is owned by Ford Motor Company. And if you've heard of a company called Amazon, they invested $1 billion in Rivian. They've ordered 120,000 delivery vans. There are 2,000 people working there now, twice the number that were working when Mitsubishi left. They aspire to double that number again and to make production really accessible all across the country. That's not the only story I could tell about electric vehicles. Illinois is in a position to really be a national leader. We're lucky, too, I might add, that the Argonne National Laboratory in Chicago, in the Chicagoland area, has really led American research in battery technology and recycling batteries. That is the future. And if you don't believe me, just watch the ads on television where they're advertising the new Ford F-150 Lightning, an electric truck. They don't have any available now, but they invite you to sign up to buy one next year. With this plan, we can build a network of electric vehicle charging stations where drivers can charge their cars for a fraction of what it costs to fill a gas tank today, and without the harmful emissions. It really is the future that we are trying to assist with this important infrastructure bill. Importantly, this plan will help connect every American to reliable high-speed internet. They asked people, over 60% of the American people said that access to high-speed internet was as important as electricity to them. And some said even water. It's become that integral to a successful life for business. No matter where you live, the internet puts the world at your fingertips. Your children can learn from home. You can connect to healthcare providers when you need them. And businesses can reach a global marketplace. One last point. This plan will help us protect America's infrastructure, our economy, and American families from 21st century threats of climate change, extreme weather, and cyber attacks. It's the largest investment in resilience of physical and natural systems in American history. With this plan, we can create thousands of good-paying, family-supporting jobs, and the majority of these jobs may not require a college degree. Perhaps that 2 extra years of community college, which we hope to include in the next bill, will be just what a person needs to get a good-paying job, settle down, raise a family, the American dream. And we can lay the foundation for a long-term economic boom if everyone pulls together. These are smart, prudent, necessary investments that will pay dividends for years to come. I want to thank the President. He was really all in the negotiation of this bill. Without his leadership, we wouldn't be here. But I also want to thank the bipartisan group of senators who worked with the White House to produce this agreement. I've come to know them. I've participated in some of their early meetings and listened to them through the deliberation. There were times when I wanted to wring their necks, and there are times when I wanted to pat their backs. But they never quit trying, and today we have a bill before us that is a dramatic achievement, and it's a bipartisan achievement. I think the number was 17 of the Republicans who voted for us to move forward on this debate. I hope those 17 can hold together with the Democrats to see this bill to its successful conclusion. Remember Fiorello LaGuardia's statement, "It is no Democratic or Republican way to fill a pothole." We need to build the rest of the infrastructure that's the backbone of this American economy, but this is the right start. This bipartisan plan hits the sweet spot. I thank our many Republican colleagues who have joined with the Democrats to advance this debate. Isn't that what America's been waiting for? I yield the floor.
President,
Senator from Delaware.
while he's still on the floor, I want to thank my friend and colleague. He and I came together to the House of Representatives 1,000,000 years ago. We were part of the class of 1982, a huge class, over 80 Democrats and Republicans. It's been a joy to serve with him, and I especially am proud of him and the words that he has just said here today. Healing words, uniting words, and we're grateful for his leadership. Mr. President and colleagues, the Senate is now considering the substitute amendment to H.R. 3684, the INVEST Act. And I rise today to urge our colleagues to join Senator Capito, who's sitting to my right, and me in debating the legislation, offering improvements where needed to it, and then voting for its adoption. In February of this year, at my encouragement, President Biden invited Senator Capito, Senators Cardin, Inhofe, and me, all senior members of the Senate Committee on Environmental and Public Works, Environment and Public Works, over to the White House, right after he was inaugurated president, to discuss the need to make bold investments in our nation's crumbling infrastructure. Sitting in the Oval Office that day, as I'm sure the ranking member of our committee remembers, we were joined in person by the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and we were joined virtually by Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. I still want to call him Mayor Pete, but he's actually turned out to be a pretty darn good Secretary of Transportation as well. Because of the our committee's longstanding tradition of bipartisan work on infrastructure, my colleagues and I already knew as we headed into that White House meeting that our nation had fallen woefully short in maintaining and developing the critical infrastructure that supports us, our families, and our economy. But don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. The American Society of Civil Engineers 2021 report card for America's infrastructure gave our nation's infrastructure an overall grade of C-. In recent years, that rating has been as low as D+. D minus. Still, a C minus is nothing to brag about. Rather, it's a wake-up call to get our act together at a time, if you will, to move it on up. Move it on up. And that's what our new president called on us to do that day in order to help America move on up and move ahead. Without casting aspersions or affixing blame, he made it clear that America hadn't been getting the job done on this front for years, and that by working together, we could do something about it, while creating millions of new jobs, a lot of them without college degrees at the same time. He asked us, leaders, on the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works, he helped us to help jumpstart the effort to getting to work on crafting and reporting to the full Senate surface transportation legislation. And along with legislation to repair and upgrade drinking water and water sanitation infrastructure as soon as we could. Working together with all 20 members of the Environment and Public Works Committee, 10 Democrats, 10 Republicans, that's exactly what we did in record time and with record levels, historic levels of investment. After soliciting input, I'm sure my colleague from West Virginia recalls, after soliciting input from all 50 states, we crafted and then unanimously reported our water infrastructure bill out of committee to the full Senate, unanimously. There it was debated, amended, and adopted by a vote of 89 to 2. 89 to 2. You don't hear that every day. On April 29, 2021. And with that behind us, we turned our attention to surface transportation legislation, roads, highways, bridges, climate, and unanimously reported our surface transportation bill to the full Senate by Memorial Day, the fastest the committee has ever acted, I'm told, on such legislation. I thank Senator Capito so many times she's probably getting sick of it, but I want to thank her again, and I want to thank every member of our committee with whom we're privileged to serve on the Environment and Public Works Committee, along with the members of our staff, some of whom are gathered here today, for their remarkable work on these important bipartisan bills. Speaking of staff, I'm going to look over my shoulder. I see some of our team right behind me, and look over the other shoulder, I see some of our Republican staff over on the other side. But I would especially want to pause and just thank our Environment and Public Works Staff Director, Mary Frances Repko, our Chief Counsel, Greg Dotson, as well as Rebecca Higgins, who leads our transportation team, Kenneth Martin, and Jordan Baugh as well. And a special thank you to John Keane and Annie D'Amato, who ably led our efforts on water infrastructure, to Laura Haynes Gillum, our lead on climate, and finally to my indefatigable Chief of Staff, Emily Spain. I practiced that word all night, the last night, to make sure I got it right. I also want to hasten to add that we couldn't get any of this done without Senator Capito and the strong bipartisan support we received from her, from the EPW Minority Staff Director. I see him sitting over there, Adam Tomlinson. Adam, thank you. And his hardworking team. I won't mention them all, but Murphy Barrett, affectionately known as Murphy Brown, and Travis Cohn and Jess Kramer were, you know, you're expected chair of the Environment and Public Works Committee, or the ranking member, to be proud of their committee's work, and we certainly are. But we aren't the only ones who have worked hard to write the legislation that's before us today, not by a long shot. And I want to commend the bipartisan work of the Commerce Committee and Energy and Natural Resources Committee, along with the efforts of the Banking Committee. Especially want to thank the bipartisan group we affectionately refer to, Senator Durbin already has, we affectionately refer to them at least most of the time as the G22, led by Senators Rob Portman of Ohio and Kirsten Sinema of Arizona. I want to thank them and the other 20 senators, half Democrat, half Republican, for their Herculean efforts to make this compromise legislation a reality. Working not just with the folks here over in the House, but also at the White House as well, with the President, the President's team. There in the Navy, we have one of my favorite sayings in the Navy is Bravo Zula. And when somebody does extraordinary work, what we say is Bravo Zula. I would certainly say that on this occasion. Of course, we all recognize that infrastructure encompasses much more than water, roads, highways, and bridges. In truth, it touches on the jurisdictions of many of our committees. That's why the legislation we're considering today is extraordinary. It is a comprehensive infrastructure investment package that encompasses water, highways, roads, bridges, transit, rail, airport, ports, power systems, dams, broadband, cybersecurity, ecosystem restoration, and more, and more. I'd like to pause here for just a moment to remind all of us who serve in this body, along with the people that we are privileged to represent, that infrastructure is also intensely personal. And when it does not work, our people suffer. Their children suffer, and their livelihoods suffer. And we all know that those who suffer most are those who have been shortchanged by the patently inadequate investments we have made for too many years. In rural parts of southern Delaware, communities like Ellendale have struggled for years to find and afford safe alternatives to increasingly polluted drinking water wells. Ellendale is not alone. Across our country, hundreds, maybe thousands of communities struggle with access to clean water and wastewater treatment, including my native West Virginia, now represented by our colleagues Shelley Capito and Joe Manchin. Our communities across this country are torn asunder by too many places across this country, are torn asunder by highways that have divided and disrupted neighborhoods across our nation. In my hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, construction of I-95 literally tore communities apart, cutting off access to neighbors, parks, and economic opportunity. And we can begin to heal those wounds in places like Baltimore and Philadelphia as well. Heal those wounds with the projects we enable in this legislation. The truth be known, Mr. President, almost all of our colleagues have stories like this to share. Communities beset by raging wildfires fueled by climate change. Thousands of acres of farmland lost to flooding. More than a third of the crops in Iowa destroyed by hurricane-force winds last year. Kids without access to the internet for want of broadband access. And families struggling to deal with legacy pollutants in the land and water where they live. In the near future, Mr. President, I hope we'll take some time to celebrate the significant steps we are taking to rewrite these stories with this legislation before us. But I want to take a moment or two here today, if I may, to drill down on some of the most meaningful provisions reported unanimously out of our committee, the Environment and Public Works Committee, this year. And let's start with the Drinking Water and Wastewater Infrastructure Act of 2021. It's clear that the programs we have now, despite our best efforts, aren't sufficient to meet the needs of many of our communities, particularly those who simply can't afford to participate in the revolving loan programs of their states in order to upgrade increasingly inadequate drinking water and wastewater facilities. As our ranking member knows, so if communities borrow money out of these revolving funds, water funds, one for drinking water and one for sanitation, water sanitation, if communities borrow money, take money out of there, they're expected to pay them back, pay that money back. And there are, as we know, so a lot of communities that are just too impoverished to ever do that. And we decided not just to bemoan that, but to actually do something about it. And that's what we've done with this legislation, to provide them with the opportunity to receive a grant to clean up their water, their drinking water, and to deal with their wastewater. Millions of Americans are going to be able to do that, to deal with these challenges, and we are going to help it. This bipartisan legislation works to address this crisis by authorizing more than $55 billion for programs that will create jobs and make our communities healthier by building, repairing, upgrading, and modernizing our nation's aging drinking water and wastewater infrastructure systems. $55 billion. Here's how. First, the measure takes the historic step of reauthorizing the Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund for the first time in 35 years. 35 years. And it does so while increasing funding levels for the first time since 1987. This legislation also reauthorizes the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, program whose authorization expires at the end of this year. You'll recall that this is the fund that helps to ensure that clean water flows from our faucets when we turn on the spigots. To help resolve an historic injustice in water infrastructure investment, more than 40% of this bill's investments are targeted to help disadvantaged communities. The bill appropriates $15 billion in new funding to replace lead service lines, and particularly for our country's rural areas, including native Alaskan villages, tribal communities, and low-income neighborhoods. Our bill invests another $1 billion in programs to connect households in drinking water and wastewater systems and services. And this legislation does far more than just fix what's broken. To borrow a phrase from our president, it truly does enable us to build back better by fortifying water infrastructure in the face of our new and worsening climate reality. Sadly, Mr. President, our future is one with more severe weather events like hurricanes, like floods, droughts, and bitterly cold weather. I wish it weren't true, but it is. It's a future with ever more people living on the front lines of sea level rise, like Louisiana, which on the average, if you can believe this, Louisiana loses a piece of land to the sea roughly the size of a football field every 100 minutes. Every 100 minutes. To that end, the bill before us provides a combined $500 million to make our water infrastructure system more resilient and more adaptable in the face of extreme weather events. And within that historic investment is a new $125 billion program, which will, for the first time, provide grants to communities seeking to fortify their wastewater systems against climate change's impact. This is not just a bill to spend and build, but legislation that will direct our agencies to build and spend more wisely. We know that investment in innovation, as envisioned in this bill before us, can have a profound impact on our economy, creating jobs and fostering growth for our entire community. We can, in short, seize the day in the face of so much adversity. Seize the day. Carpe diem. Or as we say in Delaware, Madam, carpe diem. It is fair to say there is also much we can and will do to invest in our nation's highways, roads, and bridges. Our Surface Transportation Reauthorization Act increases the baseline for funding our surface transportation programs by more than a third to $303 billion over the next 5 years, $303 billion. On top of that, the legislation will invest over $60 billion of new funds for roads, bridges, and multimodal programs over these 5 years. This investment will repair and rebuild our roads and bridges with a new focus on climate change mitigation, resilience, equity, and safety for all users, including cyclists and pedestrians. Every day, motorists cross bridges in poor conditions in too many parts of our country 170 million times. Every day. Every day. 170 million times a day. Some 40% of the bridges in our country are in need of repair replacement, including nearly 500 bridges in Massachusetts, 3,000 in Pennsylvania, and God knows more in our states as well. At the current pace of investment in bridges, it could take nearly 40 years to tackle the current backlog of bridges in poor condition. That's right, 40 years. That's why today we consider legislation to provide a $40 billion investment to address our dawning bridge repair backlog. Our legislation also includes, for the first time in a Senate reauthorization bill, climate title with provisions dedicated to curbing harmful greenhouse gas emissions, while ensuring the investments we make are more resilient to climate change, enhanced extreme weather events. Because like it or not, it's coming our way. As many of you know, the transportation sector is the largest source of carbon emissions in our nation, almost 30%, just from its one source, our cars, trucks, and vans. So if we want to save our planet, and we do, for our children and grandchildren, we have to tackle this major contributor to the climate crisis with a special zeal. The bill we marked up in our committee, Environment and Public Works Committee, this spring by, again, a 20-0 vote, put us on the right track, dedicating $18 billion toward reducing our carbon emissions and including $2.5 billion for building electric vehicle charging and hydrogen fueling stations on highways and in locations like schools, workplaces, parks, and public accessible areas for our communities. This bill also adds another $5 billion for EV charging and hydrogen fueling stations to help us transition to a zero-emission future. Now, a lot of people have heard about and talked about charging stations, electric vehicle charging stations. Not so many people have mentioned hydrogen. Hydrogen is a big part. It's going to play a major role in reducing our carbon emissions, and particularly with mid-sized trucks and larger trucks, but also when we talk about reducing carbon emissions in the industrial sector. So stay tuned. A lot to come on that front. The great thing about the hydrogen, clean hydrogen, especially in vehicles to propel them, hydrogen with the technology that we have today, it creates an emission from these vehicles, but it's water, H2O. I'm told it's water we can actually drink, so think of that. And we can also drive down emissions and curb pollution by supporting convenient, healthy alternatives to driving. Bicycling and walking are not only affordable modes of transportation, but healthy ones as well. An important consideration in a nation where all too many Americans are dying from medical conditions tied to obesity. Sadly, far too many Americans live in neighborhoods where there are no safe bike lanes and crosswalks. Tragically, in 2019 alone, over 7,000 pedestrians and bicyclists lost their lives in traffic accidents. Over 7,000 pedestrians. I would wager, Mr. President, that many members of this body actually knew one or more than one of those victims or their families personally. So I'm grateful that our bill works to address these needless deaths head on. The good question is how? And by providing a 70% increase in funding for programs that develop safe, accessible pedestrians and bicycle pathways across our nation, and by authorizing almost $17 billion in funding for highway safety improvements. I also want to note here some of the critical investments in infrastructure that are outside of the EPW committee jurisdiction and the important work that those committees did to bring this bill to the floor. First, a note of appreciation for the portion of this legislation that was authored by the Senate Commerce Committee led by Senators Maria Cantwell and Roger Wicker. As one of the tens of thousands of Americans who commutes to work on the East Coast by taking Amtrak almost daily, I'm encouraged to see that this bill invests in our railway across our nation. This legislation not only provides $6 billion in grant to the Northeast Corridor to address Amtrak's deferred maintenance needs, it also provides another $16 billion for the Amtrak National Network, Amtrak's national network, and another $41 billion in grants to improve passenger rail performance and safety. I also want to applaud the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee and others, both on and off the committee, who worked tirelessly to advance robust funding for public transit infrastructure in order to make it possible for millions of people to get to work and home again every day. Transit and rail are both critical components of our climate change response, providing low and low-emission travel choices. This bill, our bill, reauthorizes and grows our transit programs while also providing more than $5 billion in grants for state and local agencies to purchase electric and low-emission transit buses. And our colleagues on the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, led by Senators Manchin and Barrasso, crafted legislation that will help support and clean up our nation's energy infrastructure. Investments made in this bill will work to make our electric grid more reliable, more resilient, support families and businesses to become more energy efficient, while helping to clean up our nation's old and abandoned mines and wells that leak toxic pollution and methane emissions. The bill before us this week also includes investments in battery recycling and zero-emitting technologies, including a program much like one passed out of our EPW committee last year that supports our existing nuclear power fleet, which collectively produces, get this, half of our nation's carbon-free electricity. And while there is much to celebrate in this product of our bipartisan efforts, more work still needs to be done. Collectively, we've incorporated badly needed climate provisions in service transportation, water, power, and a number of other infrastructure programs. But in truth, we have, in the words of Robert Frost, miles to go before we sleep. Miles to go before we sleep. And with the words of Robert Frost as a reminder, All of us who serve here together understand that every race won begins with a first step and ends with a final one. And with the enactment of this legislation, we'll be taking not one, but a number of important steps. In the days ahead, we'll move a good deal closer to the finish line in a race with a dangerously changing climate that we simply cannot afford to lose. That's why I'll be examining the budget resolution closely in the days ahead to ensure that we're devoting resources necessary to eliminate climate change and to put it on the run as we advance environmental justice. And I'd be remiss if I didn't add that we must not shy away in the days ahead from working hard to agree on how to honestly and thoughtfully pay for the investments that need to be made. In the words, my colleague from West Virginia, the words of a former state treasurer of a small state on the East Coast who now serves in this body, things worth having or worth paying for. But the key mission of this day is that we've pushed through earnest disagreements, varying priorities, much headache and heartache to achieve a truly singular success in taking on a number of major infrastructure challenges facing our nation. We have elected to work together to address the obvious, to repair and upgrade much of our nation's infrastructure in order to better position America to succeed in an ever more competitive global economy and to survive in an ever more dangerous world due to climate crisis. Senator Capito and I have served together on this committee for a number of years, and she succeeds John Barrasso, who for a number of years was the chair, and I was the ranking member. I'll never forget, and you probably won't either, Senator, you probably won't, we won't forget the words of a fellow named Rob Wallace, who's actually also from Wyoming, friend of Senator Barrasso, and who was nominated to be, I think, the Assistant Secretary for the Interior, focused on, among other things, national parks, wildlife refuges, fish and wildlife. I'll never forget what he said in his confirmation hearings. He commented on the history of the tradition of our committee is one where we actually work together, sort of like each other. Even though we don't always agree on the issues, we work to get things done. And he said these words, he said, the bipartisan solutions are lasting solutions. That's what he said. Bipartisan solutions are lasting solutions. I thought at the time, boy, he really nailed it. And I hope with this legislation, we will nail it too, because a lot of Americans are counting us to do just that. With that, I'm happy to yield the floor again to, I'm tempted to call her our wing woman. She calls me her wing man, but my colleague and friend, the ranking member of this committee, who's and her staff, who've been just great to work with. Thank you. I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from West Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I want to begin by thanking the chairman of our EPW committee. We worked tremendously well together. You gave a great speech right there outlining not only the difficulties that we've had reaching consensus, but really how the building blocks of what we are embarking on today really came from the bipartisanship that we have shown in EPW with our surface transportation and our water bills. I think, you know, by having those building blocks in place has led us to where we are today. And I do remember that first meeting with President Biden in the White House. It's not every day you get to go to the White House and sit in the Oval Office and talk to the President of the United States and Vice President. But we started out with basically saying that we can do this, we want to do this, bipartisanship can work, particularly on areas that we've traditionally worked together on, but also on areas that are of critical need to our country. And we never really sort of lost our focus on that, and neither did the President. And so here we are today really meeting that challenge that he sort of laid down before us over that 6 months ago. And with the building blocks that us and Commerce and others have put into place, we find ourselves with the great hard work of the bipartisan group at a great place of a point at which we can discuss these, amend these, look at these on the Senate floor as we should be doing. So months of negotiating, the time is finally here. A lot of people and pundits said we'd never get here. As a matter of fact, I had an interview on national TV about 3 or 4 months ago when I was leading the effort for the Republicans, and the commentator said, well, I'll believe bipartisanship on infrastructure when pigs fly. So watch out. They are flying. So we are debating the historic bipartisan infrastructure bill. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is the product of countless hours, as the chairman said, late nights, and more than a couple tough conversations. And I want to include not just our staffs, but a lot of staffs throughout the Senate, whether it's Finance Committee, Probes Committee, Commerce Committee, Banking Committee, EPW Committee, Energy Committee, all encompassing a lot of our staff have been working through the weekends, sleeplessly, to try to get us to the day. We've debated the definition of infrastructure, and we actually talked about that in the White House the day we went to see the president, and what that scope should look like, and the price tag, and the very important how to pay for it. I think that nobody, probably, of the 100 of us thinks this bill is absolutely perfect. It never would be. And there's always a saying going around, if we all thought it was perfect, there's something wrong with it. So delivering for the American people is more important than our newspaper headlines today. We can make an historic investment in our nation's infrastructure with this bill. It reflects our commitment to keeping Americans safe, as the chairman mentioned, improving our global competitiveness, and growing our economy and creating jobs. This legislation gives states both the certainty in funding to plan for big projects, but also that flexibility in spending to cater to unique needs. What you need in Georgia, Mr. President, is different than what you need in Delaware, or my other colleague from Montana would differ from what we need in West Virginia. This bill is a product that the American people can be proud of, and one that will benefit them and the next generation. This is not a one and done. The impacts of this bill will go on through a generation. So after we had the meeting with the president, the bipartisan meeting, the president put out his American Jobs Act. And he actually challenged my party, the Republican Party, to come up with a reaction to his American Jobs Plan. And I took up that challenge, along with the ranking members of the relevant committees. So that would be Senators Wicker, Toomey, Barrasso, Crapo, and Senator Blunt. And we went back to the White House, and I was talking to Senator Carper the entire time through this process to make sure that our surface transportation bill, which we were in the midst of negotiating, was going to be the building block on which we could formulate a bipartisan agreement. And our drinking water and wastewater bill had already passed out of this entire body, 89-2. So we decided, and the president was very much in the conversation and the will to get this done. Our Drinking Water and Wastewater Infrastructure Act had already passed, as I said, unanimously. We passed it on the floor, 89-2. And we were making steady progress on our surface transportation reauthorization bill. At this point, the talks between the president and me and our working group as Republicans began to falter, and the bipartisan group picked up with the president. I'm really, really glad and proud of their efforts that they were able to come to an agreement that is before us today. As I'm going to reiterate again, because I think we're going to be saying this a lot, I'm glad that the basis of this are the two bipartisan bills that came out of the EPW committee. There are several provisions I'd like to highlight as we begin this process. Roads and bridges are what we think of when we think of infrastructure. We've talked a lot about this over the last several months. As ranking member of the EPW committee, one of my top priorities, along with Chairman Carper, is the reauthorization of the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. We worked painstakingly, and those were a lot of sleepless nights, too, for many of us and our staff in particular, to write a bill to meet our transportation needs. And the chairman outlined a lot of what his priorities were, and I'm going to talk about some of what the priorities that I had, sharing his priorities as well. I came to the table with several major priorities for that bill, and I'm proud to say that each one of them is in this bill that we're getting ready to consider. I wanted a robust investment in our nation's roads and bridges. Nothing bugs people more, literally, than driving into a pothole when they know they're paying a gas tax, when they know they're trying to do their best to support their state and local to repair their roads. But it is, I think, the least, that Americans, as they're going to work or going to school or going shopping, would expect that they could be safe as they're traveling. I came to the table and we did a robust $303.5 billion over 5 years for the federal aid highway programs, which, as the chairman said, is a 35% increase over current law. That investment represents historic funding. These are historic levels of funding for our roads and bridges, and provides the states that long-term certainty that they need to plan and complete a project. I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, you have projects in your state that have been on the burner, waiting to be done, are partially finished, and they can't get the investment because they can't get the long-term investment that we provided in our bill. So I have specifically made funding for our nation's bridges a priority. West Virginia has so many bridges. It's a small state, but we got a lot of hills and valleys, so we need a lot of bridges. One recent report said that 21% of West Virginia's bridges are in poor condition. Another report says that 13% of our interstate bridges are in poor condition. So that latter figure of the interstate bridges is the highest one in the nation. So our bill created a new bridge program. We worked hard with our colleagues to make sure that there is a massive infusion, which there is on top of what we had in our bill in the appropriations package. The overall package includes $40 billion in dedicated resources for bridges. This is the single largest investment in bridge infrastructure since the construction of the interstate highway system. This is money that will make a difference for West Virginia and the rest of the nation. Second, I wanted to preserve the flexibility for our states and localities to use federal funds to meet their own unique transportation needs. That priority is reflected in the fact that 90% of the EPW bill's funding will be provided to our states through the formula. That means the predictability of the formula that every state has relied on over the last several transportation bills. That's important because it lets states use the federal dollars to address their own priorities. As I said, we have different priorities, from congestion in urban areas to economic growth in small towns. And third, I wanted to make sure that all parts of our nation, not just urban areas, but the rural areas, benefit from transportation grant programs. Rural areas can sometimes struggle when it comes to receiving competitive grants. It's hard to show cost-benefit analysis, it's hard to show how many people are being served, but these transportation corridors are so vital. That's why I'm very pleased that the EPW bill creates a new $2 billion rural grant program that will dedicate resources to something very important to me, the Appalachian Development Highway System, or the ADHS, and other critical projects across rural America. We also work together to provide additional dedicated funding for the ADHS in the broader legislation. So what does that mean for my home state? That means that this funding will aid the completion of Corridor H, which is the connector to the eastern and central parts of our state with the metro and D.C. area, and opening up more opportunities for economic growth and tourism. So if you're coming from the D.C. area, you can just slice right through the center of the state where you can ski, whitewater, see the beauty of our state, or bring your business. How about that? Finally, we hear a lot, everybody hears a lot, from folks back home that it just takes way too long to develop a project. We sometimes think the bureaucracy is our worst enemy when it comes to building our infrastructure. So we prioritized improvements for the project delivery process to help road and bridge project advance from the planning stage to the completion stage much more rapidly. I'm excited about the reforms we had in our EPW bill. Particularly, our bill codifies the one federal decision policy, making it easier for project sponsors to work through the federal environmental review process. Not skirting any environmental review, but just expediting it so it can go quicker, which means more development, more considerations, but also more efficiency on how you spend your dollars. The EPW bill makes other common sense reforms, like allowing states to be reimbursed for utility relocation necessary for a project while the review process is ongoing, or even establishing deadlines for federal agencies to make decisions. These are a few examples of the 19 sections included in the robust project delivery section of our EPW bill. Additional provisions in the broader legislation will extend the FAST 41 permitting reforms to help us build other types of infrastructure more efficiently. So my key priorities: robust investment in roads and bridges, flexibility and certainty for our states, resources for rural communities, and especially the ADHS, and project delivery improvements are all reflected in the EPW bill and across the broader package we are considering. I'm extremely proud of the work we did on our committee and to produce this, and I think it will make significant benefits to our nation's infrastructure. I'm also going to talk about our Drinking Water and Wastewater Infrastructure Act. The chairman went into more detail on it, but you can see it is very far-reaching, the largest, most robust investment and investment in new areas around this very crucial area. We authorized $35 billion for water projects across the country with a focus on upgrading aging infrastructure. It invests in innovative technologies and provides assistance to rural and low-income communities to help them keep their water safe and clean. The bill provides that flexibility I have talked about so that both rural and urban areas can best address their needs. The most significant investments are in the Drinking Water and Clean Water State Revolving Funds, otherwise known as SRFs. Our former governors in the body would know all about SRFs, how important they are. They maximize the authority for the states to determine how best to address their own challenges with a revolving loan fund to facilitate additional future investments. When this water legislation was voted on by the Senate, 89 senators supported it. Senators recognize that the legislation will help thousands of communities to improve their health, safety, and standard of living. And I'm very pleased that this bill before us again is a part of this package, a part of the larger package, so we can make sure that it gets to the President's desk. I'm glad that the overall package we are considering represents the largest investment in clean drinking water in our nation's history. It also has some niche things in there that are important to me, coming just that we hear anecdotally in our state, like we're wasting water in our state, or we have leaky old pipes that just leak out 50% of the water from the treatment facility to the home. What a waste. Think about our friends on the West and how precious water is in certain areas, what a wasteful thing that is. So we addressed some of that into our bill. There are a number of other provisions in this large package that will be significant wins for West Virginia and the nation. I launched my Capito Connect initiative in 2015 to help expand broadband infrastructure in West Virginia. Many communities that lack adequate broadband service are struggling economically. And I see my fellow senator from Montana, we have talked about this endlessly on the Commerce Committee and how absolutely important it is. Many communities that lack adequate broadband service are struggling. It is impossible to compete for new jobs if a community cannot offer good internet service. I mean, it's just a necessity, causing these areas to fall further and further behind. So today, education, tourism, healthcare all require high-speed internet service. Broadband is core infrastructure, and this legislation recognizes that. It's a major broadband investment in this that will tremendously help close the digital divide in this country. We will get it to the last house. We will get it to the last business. Additionally, significant funding is included in this package to improve our nation's airports. Funding for the Corps of Engineers will improve our water resources infrastructure, our locks and dams. We rely a lot of that as you're going down the Ohio Canal, the Big Sandy, in through West Virginia. Reauthorization of the AML program will provide billions of dollars to clean up abandoned mine sites. Another new program will provide resources to clean up orphaned oil and gas wells. Both programs will have a positive effect in this country, and particularly in my state. The items I have highlighted are major wins for West Virginia and the nation. They're investments in the next generation, ensuring America continues to compete on the global stage. I'd like to thank Senators Portman and Sinema for their leadership on this legislation and the entire bipartisan working group for their hours and hours of long work. I'd especially like to thank, and we're going to be together a lot here in the next several days, my counterpart, Carper Diem, Chairman Carper of the EPW Committee. I'd also like to thank President Biden for his commitment and his willingness to see this bipartisan work product through. I would like to add that I would like to thank the President's staff, because I know that they have committed hours and hours to this effort, beginning with me and ending where we are today. I hope this isn't the end. I mean, I hope this is the beginning of things that we're going to be doing together. I hope this isn't a one and done. I hope this is the beginning of all good things. The American people elected us to do this tough work. Tough compromises are necessary to develop and pass bipartisan bills, and I believe this legislation is a major positive step. I look forward to working with my colleagues as we begin the amendment process so that we can advance this package. Mr. President, I would like to join with Chairman Carper in thanking our staff members who have worked so hard on the EPW bill. You mentioned, I see your staff over there and part of my staff over here. At the risk of picking one of my favorite children off the EPW committee, I'm going to name my entire staff because they all had a hand in this. So I'd like to thank Lauren Baker, Murphy Barrett, Libby Calloway, Georgiana Clemens, who's going to be a mom in about a month, Marley Collier, Travis Cohn, Sarah DeLevin, Will Dixon, Elizabeth Horner, Max Hyman, Tyler Jenkins, Jess Kramer, Jake Kennedy, Matt Lupus, Kayla McMurray, Taylor Meredith, Jacob Mitchell, Kelly Moore, Catherine Smith, and my staff leader, Adam Tomlinson. I will give him an extra check because he's an amazing person. Travis Voiles and Andy Zook for their tireless efforts that have helped advance this committee's infrastructure legislation. On my personal office team, I'd like to thank my Chief of Staff, Joel Brubaker, and J.T. Jazierski for their leadership. But I also want to thank your staff. We've worked really well. You and I work well together, but our staffs really do, I think, rely on one another, and that's the way it should be. I would like to especially thank Mary Frances Repko because she has devoted many hours and times. She and Adam, I don't know how many times they talked on the phone, but it's many, many, many. Rebecca Higgins, John Kane, Greg Dotson, Laura Gillum, Jordan Baugh, Heather Dan, Mackie McIntosh, Annie D'Amato, Kenneth Martin, and Tyler Hoffman Raridan for their dedication to this process as well. So with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
I'm going to ask if I could just to insert just one quick comment, Mr. President.
Without objection.
Our ranking member, Senator Capito, has mentioned very graciously the names of all of our staff. I was here this weekend. She was here this weekend. And there are people here working this weekend, not just our staffs on the Environment and Public Works Committee, not just on the Appropriations Committee, just staffs like right here in this body. Folks throughout the building, throughout the complex, they're here working. They have children, they have spouses, they have parents, they have other obligations. They were here working. And we would be remiss if we didn't mention that. The other thing I want to say is, ranking member Senator Capito knows I go back and forth on the train a lot of days, much like Joe Biden used to do. And almost every week somebody says to me on a platform either in Delaware or here in D.C. waiting for the train, why can't you guys work together? Why can't you folks just work together? And I just wish that they could be here to be here to participate, to listen, to hear that actually we do work together. And when the chips are really down, pandemic, terrible situation, 15, 16, 17 months ago especially, we worked together in a almost unanimous way. And we're working together here in something extraordinarily important. The other thing I'd say, and I reminded the President of this just the other day, this is not all on the federal government. You know, whether it's climate change, whether it's meeting our infrastructure needs, whether it's a pandemic, this is a shared responsibility. And the federal government certainly bears a lot of responsibility. We have a responsibility especially to lead, but there are states involved, and as recovering governor, the states are involved, counties and cities, nonprofits are involved, and it's all of us working together. And I would just, I love to, we have a Home Depot just a couple of blocks from our house, Senator Capito, and when I think of whether it's cities, towns, or counties, where they have responsibilities to meet, and I like to say, you can do it, we can help. Like they say at Home Depot, you can do it, we can help. And there's a lot of good help here. And for the folks around the country who need help, we're going to help. You can do it, but we can help, and we will. And I would just say in closing, I see Senator from Montana is here, great member of this body, great member from Montana, and great member of the Appropriations Committee. and chair as well. And I just want to say thank you for all of your involvement in this effort, all your involvement is part of this G22, some sanity and some common sense at times when it's really needed, and just tenacity. And he's the fellow who normally stands at this podium is our leader, Senator Schumer, and our majority leader. He spoke earlier this morning, and and Senator McConnell spoke from where Senator Capito was speaking. Not everybody expected Senator McConnell, Republican leader, to vote in favor of the motion to proceed to the bill. He did. And that encouraged others, 16, 17, 18 other Republicans to join in voting for the motion to proceed. We don't proceed unless we have 60 votes. And that was just hugely helpful. And to Chuck Schumer, who was just, I call my chief of staff indefatigable. This guy he just doesn't give up. And I've known and worked with him for forever, and very proud of his leadership. And I know he'll be glad when this is all over and he can maybe go home and get a good night's sleep. But to his family, are willing to share, and our kids are willing to share him with all of us, a special thanks. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to thank Senator Carper and Senator Capito for managing this bill. Very much appreciate what you guys have done up to this point and what you're going to do over the next 3 or 4 days. Mr. President, I rise today for the same reason that several months ago I worked with 4 other Democrats and 5 Republicans to try to get something done to address the infrastructure of this country. Why? Because infrastructure is important. Let me take you back 60 years. It is 60 years ago, it was 13.5 miles to the closest patch of pavement from my farm. Then I was about 4 or 5 years old, and I remember riding with my dad in a 1954 GMC 300 truck on that dirt road, hauling wheat to town, as he weaved around piles of gravel that were in the middle of that road. And I asked my father, why are those piles of gravel there? And he said, they're working to pave this road. And I said, what does that mean, being a 4-year-old? And he said, well, remember the stretch of road, the 150 or 200 yards that we drive on to get to the elevator, right before the elevator? And I said, yeah, this road's going to be all like that. And I thought, wow. And it was. It got paved for the first 8 miles out of town. And that was pretty neat. We were 5.5 miles from pavement then, which was a great improvement. And some 10 years later, a little more than 10 years later, that final 4 miles was graveled, or was paved so that we could access that highway. So why is that important? That's important because not only did it reduce our costs on the farm and things like tires and pins and bushings and ball joints, but it made our farm more profitable. Because of investments that my grandfather and my father's generation made, not only did it help them at the time, but it helps me to this day. That was my first introduction to infrastructure. And that is why, several months ago, I realized that after 15 years in this body, and people from both sides of the aisle talking about infrastructure, that it was well past time to get something done on infrastructure. Because I knew it was economically important, I knew it would create jobs, and I knew it would help sustain communities all across this country. So what's in this legislation? Why is this legislation so important? Well, let me tell you, it's about the economy. It's about creating jobs. It's about making sure that we can compete in this worldwide economy that we live in. How we can maintain our position as the world's premier economy in this world. So how does it do it? Well, it starts by repairing and modernizing our roads and bridges, our airports, our transit systems. That's critically important for an economy. In my particular case, I live a long ways away from our customer base. So when I jump in the truck, and I go to town and I use that piece of pavement that was put down 50 years ago, that's important. When I cross that bridge that crosses the Marias River, when I haul grain to Fort Benton or Great Falls, without that bridge, I couldn't access my markets. Without those highways, I cannot access my markets. So it is critically important we keep our aging bridges and roads and airports up to snuff. And then this also makes an incredibly important investment in our aging water systems. Where I come from, they call it dryland agriculture. This year it's a little drier than we want because we're in the middle of a drought. But the truth is, even if you're looking for drinking water or irrigation water or any water, it's hard to come by. And as our Native American friends have told us many, many times, water is life. And so infrastructure to get water to the point where we can utilize it is critically important. This bill is a major investment in water infrastructure. And I would say one other thing. Whether you live in the West or whether you live in the East, our water systems in this country are wore out because we haven't done what our parents and grandparents have done. We've allowed them to decay without investing in this infrastructure, which is what we're doing today with this package. And then we talk about broadband, which if we can get this bill across the line, I believe it will fix the broadband accessibility issues in this country. We came through the pandemic and we saw how important broadband was for distance learning, for telehealth, for opportunities for businesses to extend their customer base. This is going to expand, this bill will help expand high-speed internet throughout this country, both urban and rural. And I will tell you, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in my home state of Montana when it comes to broadband. And then there's the grid. If we're going to move forward with electric vehicles, and they are coming, then we have to have an electrical grid that will support those electric vehicles. And without improvements to our electrical grid, we will be behind the 8 ball all the time when it comes to, for example, the electric pickup that Ford is putting out. I will say in my lifetime, I will probably have an electric tractor on the farm because this technology is moving so quickly that it's real. And this package does much more than that. I just wanted to touch on those few things, but it's done without increasing your taxes, which is really important. Because right now, as we see our economy moving forward, we need to keep it going in that direction. Ultimately, as I said before, this bill comes down to the economy. It comes down to creating jobs and putting America to work. And it's about our national security. It allows us to be able to compete with China in a way that we're losing right now. And, you know, I've heard people come to the floor and say, you know, infrastructure is good, but we don't need it. We don't need it right now. Well, all I have to say, if you believe that, take the keys to the car out of your pocket, known as our economy, and give them to China. Because you're giving this economy away, and you're going to make China the leading economic power in this world. Then there's the issue of bipartisanship that's been talked about a lot today already. The truth is this bill has made some news because Democrats and Republicans actually worked together. They actually compromised. Nobody got everything they want, but everybody won. And as I've told many media outlets, this shouldn't be news, but in this day and age, it is. Hopefully this will set an example so that we can have much more bipartisan legislation going forward. And in that regard, I want to thank my colleagues for their dedication to this effort over the last several months. The G10, Senator Portman, Sinema, Collins, Warner, Romney, Manchin, Cassidy, Shaheen, Murkowski. All of you folks have sat with me in the same room and we've battled it out. Sometimes the conversation has been fun, sometimes it's not been so much fun. But the truth is every one of these folks wanted to get to yes. And in the end, we did get to yes. I want to thank Senator Schumer. I want to thank him for his patience, not something that he's known for. But he has been incredibly patient as this bill has been debated and changed and moved forward particularly over the last week. Although I will say that he pushed the envelope and made sure we were tending to business even before that, because I think Senator Schumer also wants to see this bill come to fruition. And I also need to thank the administration. The folks that represent President Biden in these negotiations, and I'm going to name names: Louisa Terrell, Brian Dees, Steve Ricchetti. These folks were incredible resources, and they were incredibly helpful, and this bill would not have happened without their input. I also want to thank all the staff members, both in the personal offices and the committees from both sides of the aisle, who gave up their weekends and worked late in the night over and over and over again. I've said this before, I'll say it again: the staff does the work, the senators take the credit for it. The fact is our staffs really rolled up their sleeves and really performed in a way that every American would be proud. Look, over the next 3 or 4 days, we have the opportunity to prove that the United States Senate can do big things and still function. The process we've been through isn't been pretty. I don't think it's supposed to be pretty, but it's been worth the while. I would say the world is watching, both our allies and our adversaries. Our allies want us to succeed. Our adversaries want us to fail. I would say to everybody in this body on both sides of the aisle, and we did get a 67-vote majority to move forward with this bill, but let's show them that America can function again. Let's get this bill passed. Let's get it over to the House. Let's get it to the President's desk for his signature. With that, I yield, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The Republican whip is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is good to see the Senate taking up a genuinely bipartisan bill this week. A group of members from both parties have spent weeks developing this legislation, and we saw the result of their work in the bipartisan support for proceeding to this bill. Now we need to let that bipartisan process continue. We need to give members who weren't a part of the bipartisan group a chance to weigh in. And that means making sure that we have a robust amendment process. I know the Majority Leader is eager to get through this legislation onto the Democrats' next piece of what is partisan legislation, and that's a $3.5 trillion tax and spending spree. But that's not a good reason, Mr. President, for rushing this infrastructure bill through the Senate. This is an enormous bill. It's more than 2,700 pages long, and the legislative text was just released last night. To start with, members need time to digest this legislation, and then members need the opportunity to offer amendments. The bill before us today is a genuinely bipartisan bill, and I am very grateful for the tireless efforts of the members who put in so many long days and nights and weekends, I might add, to get us to this point. Like a lot of our colleagues, I spent the weekend here in Washington as the bipartisan group worked through many final drafting issues. And I appreciate the fact that the members of the group took the time to get the bill as right as possible before introducing it. But this legislation was still put together by only a handful of senators. And unlike traditional highway bills, there are major pieces of this legislation that haven't been through the rigor of a committee process. So all members deserve the chance to weigh in. A number of senators have raised legitimate concerns about this legislation, such as whether the proposed pay-fors are sufficient to keep this legislation from driving up our debt. And they deserve to have the chance to air those concerns and offer possible solutions. Mr. President, infrastructure legislation is some of the most essential legislation that we consider. Commerce in this country depends on the strength of our infrastructure, from up-to-date electric grids to well-maintained airports and train tracks, ports and waterways, and roads and bridges. We need to get this legislation right, and that means giving members ample time to examine the details of the bill. And it means giving members the chance to address any problems in the bill through a meaningful amendment process. We shouldn't sacrifice adequate time on this bill merely because the Democrat leader would like to spend next week jamming a 100% partisan piece of legislation through the United States Senate. Let's honor the bipartisan process that's gotten us this far by finishing this infrastructure bill with a robust bipartisan amendment process. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, the world saw something that it had never seen before: surfing as an Olympic sport. The story of how this happened begins with a native Hawaiian named Duke Kahanamoku. Duke was a natural athlete. He learned to swim at Waikiki Beach, and he went on to win 5 Olympic swimming medals, including 3 golds. He was an innovator who pioneered something called the Kahanamoku kick, or the flutter kick, now used by most freestyle swimmers. He was a visionary who, after winning gold at the 1912 Stockholm Olympics, pressed the International Olympic Committee to make surfing an Olympic sport. He traveled the world to promote surfing, bringing it to the continental United States and to Australia and elsewhere, and became known as the father of modern surfing. But more than anything else, Duke Kahanamoku was an ambassador of aloha and the spirit of Hawaii. A reporter once asked him if it was a bigger thrill to win gold medals or, quote, ride some of those giant waves. And he answered, surfing was a bigger thrill. 1 century later, Duke's vision of Olympic surfing became reality. And there is nothing more fitting than Hawaii's own Carissa Moore winning the first Olympic gold medal. If you want to see what the embodiment of aloha looks like, look no further than Carissa Moore. Like Duke, she shares his native Hawaiian roots and started surfing at Waikiki Beach as a young child. By the time she reached high school, she was already world class. She attended my alma mater, Punahou, a school that has graduated more than 30 Olympians and President Obama. Carissa also became the youngest person ever to win a world surfing title at age 18 and went on to win 3 more. Today, she stands alone as the world's top-ranked surfer, but it's not just talent that sets her apart. There's a saying that the best surfer is the one having the most fun. And that's unquestionably the case with Carissa. She is actually the best surfer, and she's also having the most fun. She has this incredible combination of speed and power in the water and a remarkable humility that she carries with herself everywhere that she goes. She is an intense competitor who wants to win every event that she enters, but also wants to see her opponents, and more importantly, the sport of surfing itself, succeed. She has a passion to be admired and a joy that is infectious. She is, in short, the rare athlete who must be seen to be believed. And I know because I've seen it in Hawaii, and now the whole world knows too. After she won the gold medal last week, Carissa spoke of Duke Kahanamoku. Quote, "It was beautiful to see his dream come true a century later," she said. She might as well have been speaking for all of Hawaii. So today we honor Duke and the incredible legacy that he left. We honor Carissa Moore for her athleticism and her commitment to inspire the next generation of surfers, especially young girls. And we celebrate the sport of surfing finally getting the recognition that it deserves. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Suggests the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
Yes.
Request that proceedings under the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am on the floor this afternoon as we're waiting to learn when we might be able to proceed to a series of amendments as they relate to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. This is a significant measure, one that I have been very proud to be involved with for a period of time, working with colleagues on both sides of the aisle in our working groups, G10, G22, working with the committee chairman and ranking member, working with other members to get where we are today, which is a long-awaited, really long-awaited investment in our nation's infrastructure. And I know that members are looking through the significant legislation that is in front of us. Don't need to take my word for it. You can just look at the number of inches of the document in front of me. It is significant. But, Mr. President, I would suggest to you that the need in this country is significant when it comes to investments in our nation's infrastructure, our core infrastructure, what we define to be our roads, our rails, our bridges, our ports, our water and sewer, our broadband. I think we recognize that we talk a lot in this chamber and perhaps on the other side as well, and presidents have come and gone and all talked about the need for more investment in our infrastructure. But the truth be told, we really haven't done a real wholesale effort towards that goal until this year. And we saw significant work come out of the committees this year, and I want to commend the chairman of the the Environment Public Works Committee, Senator Carper, my friend from Delaware. His committee worked hard, not only on the surface transportation measure, but also the water infrastructure measure that had passed through. We've seen other good work in other areas of infrastructure. I am on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, and that committee was able to move out a significant, what we call the power infrastructure piece. That became one of the anchor tenants, if you will, within this measure. So there's been good collaborative work through the committees, and then that has been built on by members, again, across the aisle over these past months to get us to where we are today. And so I ask members as they're going through the bill itself, the language that we had hoped we would get a little bit earlier for colleagues to go through, but in fairness, we really needed to take the time to make sure that we had gotten it right. It really does matter, and so it did cause some delay that we wish we could have avoided, but we are where we are, and it's Monday afternoon, and what I'm hearing from colleagues is that they want an opportunity to engage in this process. Many in this body have not been part of the working groups. Perhaps they weren't part of the committees that had advanced some of these pieces of legislation that we have incorporated. So they want to be participants, and rightly so. And this is the time to do just that. And so I think it's everyone's intention that we have a robust amendment process moving forward. I'm actually looking forward to this. I've had the opportunity on this floor several times now to be able to manage energy bills, natural resources bills that have been significant, bills that we've actually been able to have a pretty decent amendment process. And sometimes, in fairness, sometimes that amendment process caused things to derail for a period of time. We don't want to do that in this instance, not at all. But it's not very often that we really do have a true and a meaningful amendment process. We're going to have an opportunity for that with the budget resolution coming forward but I think for the most part, most of us know that there's a lot of messaging that goes on. This is not about messaging. This is about delivering results for the American people. This is about creating jobs as we build out legacy infrastructure that is needed around the country. Highways. We all know that our highways are in need of help and support. The provisions that we have included in this measure for roads and bridges will be significant as we attend to the many damaged bridges that we see around the country that really do present a threat to public safety. Let's get on them. We know our highways in so many areas are in serious disrepair, and in certain areas we need to be doing more to help build out that highway infrastructure to ease the congestion, to allow for greater efficiency, to allow us as Americans to do more of the things that we want to do, whether it's spend more time with your family, be more productive at your work, but let's have an efficient system. We've got a little over 14,000 miles of public road in Alaska. I can tell you that as we look to my state's roads and the condition and the shape that they're in, I know that we need investments in this space. But I also know that it's not just about roads and bridges. We also allow for things like replacements of culverts. For the community, actually the community that I was born in Ketchikan, just met with the community leaders and they had shared with me some of these culvert replacement projects are as key and critical to them as anything else that they've got going on. And so recognizing that what we're doing is allowing for greater safety, greater access through our support for highways, for bridges, for things like culverts, for pedestrian safety initiatives. I think we all want to do more in that area. Alaskans probably fly more than we drive. Our reality is some 80% of our communities are not connected by road, and the geography, the expanse that we deal with is we're just not going to be connected that way. But we don't need to be connected that way when we can be connected by the air and when we can be connected over the water. And so this legislation is again, very important to those who fly. And when I talk about flying, sometimes these are small bush carriers moving mail and groceries and people to medical appointments. But the fact that we've got $15 billion in formula funding for the FAA Airport Improvement Program, this is going to be key. This helps with everything from runway lighting to navigation, taxiway initiatives. These are ways that the 400 public airports in Alaska are going to be able to move out on a more efficient basis, if you will, some of the necessary safety upgrades that they have in front of them. And again, for us, it's not just about the land-based airports. We also have the sea-based areas that we worry about. We've got some 114 sea-based airports that we refer to. So recognizing that not every airport is like a Dulles or a DCA here. What we are able to do for our small hub airports, our non-hub airports, our non-primary airports, all communities of all sizes, because again, whether you're in Bethel or Utqiagvik or wherever you may be throughout the state, all sizes are not the same here. So making sure that we're able to accommodate that is going to be important. I've mentioned that we're also connected, land, air, but also by sea. And for those of us that are coastal states, Senator from Delaware has a coastline, has ferries, People move around by ferries. We rely on our Alaska Marine Highway system. There's some 35 different communities that really, that is their connector. That's how the kids move the high school basketball team. That's how the church groups move. That's how you pick up the groceries at Costco in Juneau and you put them on the ferry to go over to Angoon. It's how people shop. It's their road. It's an Alaska Marine Highway system. And so recognizing the support that we can provide for our ferry systems, whether it's in Alaska or Delaware or places in between, is again an important opportunity for us. We recognize that as we provide support for those technologies that will allow us to move people more efficiently and more cleanly. There's a lot of emphasis from this administration, particularly with focus on EVs. Well, in this measure, we not only have provisions as they relate to clean school buses, but also to alternative fuel ferries, recognizing that we have some opportunities, whether it's an EV ferry that might run from Haines to Skagway, or an alternative fuel. We want to be thinking forward into the future. One of the pieces of this measure, this very significant infrastructure bill that a lot of work has gone into, is the water and wastewater title. This is significant. This is significant. We saw not too many years ago, the situation in Flint, Michigan with lead pipes. We've been working to address many of those issues for a period of time, and rightly so. We provide significant funding, more than $180 million over 5 years for the water and wastewater projects in Alaska through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund program. These are significant for us. In so many parts of the state, we are either faced with unserved communities when it comes to water and wastewater, or vastly underserved. And when I say unserved, we kind of know what it means in the broadband sense, but let me explain to you what it means in the water and sewer place. It means that you don't have running water in your home. You don't have a toilet that flushes. You have a community well where people go and they fill up their jerry jugs and haul it back. It means that for sanitation, for using the bathroom is effectively a Home Depot bucket with if you're fancy, you've got a toilet seat on it. But it's the responsibility of somebody in the family to haul that bucket out and dump it. I've shared pictures on the floor here of what that really means in a community to have no water, no sewer system. 32 out of 190 rural Alaska villages are currently in this situation. I received a voicemail over the weekend from one of Alaska's mayors from a smaller community on the road system, though, and she shared with me, and I owe her a call back, but she shared with me, she says, you know, there's so many people in my community that don't have running water. And again, this is a community that's on the road system between Anchorage and Fairbanks. And so how we can help address what most would say is pretty basic infrastructure, is pretty basic healthcare needs when it comes to water and sanitation. There is significant funding in this measure for Indian Health Services sanitation facilities. I'm the ranking member on the Indian Affairs Committee. I have been on this committee since I came to the Senate 19 years ago. I have seen over the years the efforts that we have made to try to address the water and sanitation needs in Indian country, in Alaska with our native villages. Our reality that we face is we are still in an extreme deficit when it comes to our tribal communities. The reality is that we have left them behind when it comes to something like modern day water and wastewater systems. And so the unprecedented investment in sanitation infrastructure is one that I think is significant and incredibly important, because we're seeking to clear all the known project needs. Now, people will say that's aggressive, but let me tell you, Mr. President, when you go to some of these communities and you hear the concerns from the people in the village about how they are supposed to keep their family from contracting this virus, when the first simple step is to wash your hands, and they say, water is pretty precious around here because we don't have a sink to wash our hands in. And so the effort here to catch up, and I don't even like to use those words in that sense. We've got to do right by our Native people, and the effort here, I think, is key and critically important. Another area that I'm pleased that working with the Committee of Jurisdiction, led by Senator Carper, that there has been a focus, and this is something that Ranking Member Capito has been keenly focused on as well, and this is the PFAS contamination through our clean water and our drinking water programs. I also recognize that there is a focus on small and disadvantaged communities. I've got one small community down in southeast Alaska, Gustavus. It is the community that is right next to Glacier Bay National Monument area, and the PFAS in their little community near the airport area is something that is a major and significant concern for that tiny, small little community. So making sure that, again, these programs, the funding that we are helping to advance is good, whether you are an urban area with 100-year-old pipes that need replacement, or you are a community that has lacked the original infrastructure in the first place. How we're able to ensure that the needs of our small communities are met as well is significant, and I think it's an important part of this legislation. I mentioned broadband as being that other connector. We connect by way of transportation systems, we get that. But nowadays, if you're not connected by the broadband availability, the ability to communicate elsewhere, your economies are limited, you are limited. I mentioned the fact that so many of the communities in my state are not connected by a road, and probably not will be in my lifetime. And they're not seeking that as an answer, but they do want to be connected to the rest of the world. They want to know that the crafts that they are able to make at home, that they'd have the ability to perhaps sell them to a broader audience. Maybe it's on your own little website, selling to folks in the lower 48 or globally. But you can't do that. You can't do that if you don't have the connection. And so the recognition that the grants for the deployment, broadband deployment, with minimum allocation to each state is important, but also recognizing a focus on these high-cost areas for deployment. Just saying, if you're looking for a high-cost area for deployment, look no further than Alaska. It's not something that we're proud of, it's a reality. But part of the tragedy that we see is that in many communities, broadband has arrived, the internet is there, but people can't afford to use it. We have heard when the height of the pandemic last year, a reality that families could not connect because the cost to do so was just prohibitive, which meant that the children weren't gaining that full access to the information. It meant that if you were trying to work from home, that you couldn't do that. And so it's a reality that it's not just about access, but access has to mean some level of affordability. So the focus in this broadband piece, I think, is critically important as we look to the provisions in the middle mile infrastructure grants, as we look to the support, again, for tribal broadband, recognizing, again, that this is an area that has been chronically underfunded in the past. Mr. President, there's so much that you think about how solid infrastructure allows you to have an economy. In Anchorage, we host what we call Alaska's port. And it is a significant port, obviously the largest one in the state, but it's through the Port of Alaska that over 85% of the goods, the commodities, come into the state. And then they're distributed either by truck or by rail, air, but they're moved out from there. And we know what an economic driver that port is to not only Anchorage, but to the state as well. But it's not just big ports, it's also the smaller ports. We've got more coastline than any state in the country. And again, if you don't have the roads, how are you getting in? You're maybe flying in by a small airplane, but more likely your materials are barged up during the summer months. That's how you get the lumber, that's how you get the snow machine or the four-wheeler to go out and do your hunting. Our reality is that our ports have to work in every sized community. And so knowing that there will be additional support for remote and subsistence harbor construction is going to be so key to these small little communities for whom if they didn't have this, they've got nothing. You can't move fish out, you can't move fish in, you can't move goods in, you can't move goods out. Everything then is flown in. And think about what that means. If everything is flown in, it's crazy, wicked expensive. And you're talking about a sheet of sheetrock. And the fact is that if you are flying in your materials, it's almost impossible to be able to afford any of it. Mr. President, there is so much, again, when I think about ways that we help to build our communities, help build our economies, help create jobs through infrastructure. And I spent a lot of time focused on energy initiatives, and I'm pleased with the work that came out of the Energy Committee that's focused in these various areas that drive the level of innovation that we will need as we're working to be more efficient, to have cleaner energy sources, and to really be more competitive. We effectively took the Energy Act that we passed at the end of last Congress, and we helped to build out many of the provisions that were contained in that act. whether it's the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Project, more on hydropower and marine energy research, funding for geothermal, wind, solar energy, the energy storage demonstration projects. So much, again, that's focused on what do we need to do to really be not only forward-leaning and innovative, but efficient to allow for a more competitive role globally. When you think about our nation's grid infrastructure and resiliency, you don't need to close your eyes and imagine what can happen when your grid fails. Unfortunately, as we're seeing whether they're wildfires, whether we're seeing brownouts with the extreme heat, our reality is that our grid infrastructure needs support. We need to have that resiliency that we all talk about. And again, I'm going to stand up for the small grids, the smaller utilities, who face the same pressures that you might have in an integrated grid back here. In fact, maybe even more so if you're a small standalone community, you are your own grid. You need to have a level of resilience and the ability to make sure that people are not literally freezing in the dark. And so the effort that we have included with regards to our set-aside for small utilities, these are significant initiatives. I've mentioned resilience a couple different times. I think sometimes people think that is a word that is overused, but I'll tell you, we can't be doing enough when it comes to resilience. We have included in this measure a provision that we entitled Tribal Climate Resilience. This is funding that is included to really help with those threatened communities. Many we see in my state, but certainly I hear from colleagues in other states who are seeing the same concerns as communities are more threatened due to whether it is erosion, as we are seeing in Alaska, or flooding, but support to assist with climate resilience, adaptation projects, as well as community relocation. I'll wrap up by just a little bit more commentary on the resilience piece. We are seeing in the West incredible drought right now. We are seeing the extent of these forest fires from Oregon going east. But I think it's important for colleagues to know that, again, when we're talking about infrastructure and resilience, we also are acknowledging natural resources related infrastructure and what more we might be doing with wildfire management, ecosystem restoration. And so to make sure that there's support for things like mechanical thinning, fuel breaks, other activities to reduce the risk of wildfire, whether it's on our Forest Service lands or any of our public lands, but also the concerns then when the fire knows no boundary as to whose lands they are. Certainly in Alaska, we saw the benefit of fuel breaks as they were implemented on the Kenai. We had a pretty significant fire several years back, the Funny River fire, and we saw full well what that fuel break really did to help protect property and life. The bill also includes pre-commercial thinning, which again is important in a host of different areas, not the least of which in my state on the Tongass. But I think we do a good job to make sure that when we're talking about infrastructure, we're recognizing the core infrastructure of whether it's legacy projects like roads, rails, bridges, but also recognizing that infrastructure has impact to our lands and how we ensure that there is greater resilience, again, greater protections, and ensuring that that it is addressed perhaps more broadly. So, Mr. President, there is much good in this bill. There's not everything that I would have wanted, most certainly. There's a lot of things in it that, in fairness, I wish weren't in it. There's some pieces that I look at and I say, way over the top. But I have to acknowledge, I come from a state where infrastructure is just a little bit different. We don't have a big public transit system. So I look at the transit dollars and my immediate jump is way too much, don't need this. But I recognize that in a collaborative process, in a negotiated process, you've got to hear the views back and forth of all of your colleagues. And you take some things and you leave some things behind in a give and take process. And so just as my colleagues have listened to me convey the urgency of need for more support for the tribal programs when it comes to infrastructure, whether it's on water and sanitation or broadband, they heard the urgency there. Whether it was recognizing that not all infrastructure projects are big in terms of their size, but they're big for that small community to know that the fishing community of Craig is going to be able to build out that little harbor there. And so I've asked my colleagues to listen to the concerns of a very rural state like Alaska, a state where our infrastructure is very unique, and they have had an open mind and a view towards not only recognizing how unique Alaska is, but recognizing the unique needs of rural America. So we have a compromise product in front of us, and it is a significant product. And we're now at a place where we want colleagues to join us in this product. Weigh in with your good ideas. Let's move some good amendments. But I would suggest that the sooner we start moving with these amendments, the better it will be for us in this process here, but also for the American public. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Delaware.
While the senator from Alaska is still here, I've just been sitting here listening to a tour de force. God, what a wonderful, wonderful speech, and clearly from the heart. For those, Mr. President, presiding officer and I are recovering governors, and the senator's father was a recovering governor at one time, and actually, one of the smartest things he ever did, he appointed his daughter to serve. There was a vacancy in the Senate. He appointed Lisa to serve out that vacancy. And 2 years later, Tony Knowles, who was a governor of Alaska, ran against her. Tony's one of my closest friends. We're governors together for 6 years, and I said, "Oh my God, this is a hard choice, and it's a hard choice for the folks from Alaska to make as well." And Lisa was elected to the Senate and served with distinction. And when she ran for re-election as a Republican, I think, was defeated in a primary, and then turned around and ran a write-in campaign that I'll never forget, and I'm sure she won't either. And in a write-in campaign, one of the cleverest political maneuvers I've ever seen. Murkowski is not an easy name to write in, and not everybody in Alaska, even though it's a famous name, knew how to write Murkowski. And my recollection, Mr. President, is the Murkowski committee's campaign folks were smart enough to distribute flyers and messages throughout the state that had a picture of a drawing, a cartoon of a cow on skis with a bubble coming out of the cow's mouth with the word Murkowski. And she won rather handily in a write-in race and serves with us today. We've talked a lot here today, Madam President, about the bridges. And when I was in college at Ohio State as Navy ROTC midshipman and was driving down to Florida to visit my parents and a close friend, and we drove across a bridge across the Ohio River. And I want to say, actually, I think the date was 1967, December 15th, 1967. We're on our way to my parents in Florida, and the next day, the bridge that we'd gone across collapsed into the Ohio River between Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and Canaga, Ohio. 46 people were killed. 46 people were killed. I'll never forget that. And whenever we talk about the need to address our poor condition bridges, I remember that. And for the folks who had other loved ones, lost loved ones that day, they remember that too. We've gone through some troubled waters here in the Capitol and the Senate and in the House in our country in the recent months, weeks, years, and they're still troubled. And it's just great to have a bridge over troubled waters like you to carry us carry us through. And I just want to thank you for your great work in so many different ways, but also with respect to the Gang of 22 and keeping people on track. And you make your family proud, and I think all of us proud. So thank you. Thank you. We've been joined by a fellow from Louisiana, and I understand we're also going to be joined shortly by the fellow from Ohio, Senator Portman, who's going to come onto the floor like any minute, I think, to give his remarks. And I don't know if the gentleman from Louisiana is here to speak shortly or not, but we look forward to whatever he has to say. While we're waiting for Senator Portman to arrive, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that Heather Dean, a fellow with the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works, be given floor privileges for the duration of the 117th Congress.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. And we've now been joined by the senator from Ohio, successor to George Winovich, one of my closest friends, governor, U.S. senator, and happy to had a great conversation with him in my hideaway last week, and very grateful to him for his extraordinary leadership through these troubled waters, and being another one of those bridges over troubled waters. Happy to yield the floor to Senator Portman.
Chairman Carper, thank you. Thank you for managing this important legislation and all the work you put into it. You know, I asked my team today, can you give me a sense of how much of this underlying legislation we're talking about on the floor this week was already written? In other words, what did Senator Capito, Senator Carper, and others on the EPW committee, as an example, already write with regard to the surface transportation bill that we're simply picking up in this legislation and moving forward to be sure it gets reauthorized, certainly before September 30, and we hope far before that. And it's about half of the pages of the bill is language that was written through the committee process here. Now, some may be happy to hear that, some may be unhappy to hear that. That's the truth. And frankly, it made our job easier because a lot of the hard work was done. In the case of the legislation that Senator Carper and Senator Capito shepherded through their committee with regard to our highways and bridges, it was a 20-0 vote, as I recall, out of committee, unanimous. And so we thought it was appropriate for us not to tell them how to do their job, but to help them by picking up that legislation. And as they have improved that legislation, their underlying authorization legislation to ensure that's included in the package. And I appreciate Senator Carper and Senator Capito working with us on that, even over the past few weeks. So, yes, we've added more on top of it because we believe our nation needs a shot in the arm. We have enormous infrastructure needs. But without Senator Capito and Senator Carper's involvement, 20-0 at a committee, we wouldn't be where we are today. And that's the foundation upon which this is built. So I know that's, again, not understood by everybody, but that's the fact. And our nation's infrastructure does need the help. And this legislation, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act before us right now, is an unprecedented investment. It's historic. But it's that because an historic investment is needed. It's important to note that we did so without raising taxes on the American people or causing further inflation in an already overheated economy. I've heard some of my colleagues on my side say, gosh, I'd like to support you, but I'm worried about the spending and its impact on inflation. Well, this is what the economists would call supply-side spending. This is long-term spending for capital assets that may last 30, 40, 50, 70 years. Think of a bridge, or think of another infrastructure project, like a big water infrastructure project. So it's a different kind of spending. It's not going to be spent over the next year. In fact, very little, if any, will be spent in the next year. But it will be spent over time, over 5, 10 years for these kinds of projects. That's the kind of money that goes into building infrastructure and building jobs. And therefore, again, on the supply side rather than the demand side of the economy, as economists would say, it's not stimulating the economy in that way. It's growing the economy long term. Most economists who've looked at this, including economists like Doug Holtz-Eakin, who used to be here at CBO, or economists like Michael Strain at the American Enterprise Institute, or the Penn Wharton study, University of Pennsylvania, Wharton School, they all say the same thing, which is this is actually counter-inflationary kind of spending. And that's important. I will say that this is needed because we are falling behind as a country. And every state has its own needs here. I will tell you what my needs are in the state of Ohio, which is that we make a lot of stuff. So our factory workers who make tanks and make cars and make washing machines, we want to be sure that our infrastructure works to be able to get that to market. Sometimes that market is the United States, sometimes it's overseas. Therefore, our ports are important, but so is our rail, so are our highways. Our farmers, we've got a lot of farmers in Ohio. We plant crops. We want to make sure that those crops can get to the elevators, that the grain can get out. We have a lot of people in Ohio who live in cities and commute. And so the mom who is looking at her commute every day and saying, why do I get stuck in traffic at rush hour both ways, and I have to spend all this time in the car when I could be spending with my kids? Wouldn't it be great to improve those highways and those bridges to be able to reduce the amount of time that someone is stuck in the car? So this is about helping our country at a time when we need it. There is probably no better example of that than broadband, because think about the child in Appalachia, Ohio, who has no Wi-Fi service, like none. I'm not talking about slow Wi-Fi, I'm talking about no Wi-Fi. I look at my colleague from West Virginia and think of all the counties in West Virginia that are in the same shape as they are in eastern Ohio. We're expanding broadband in an unprecedented way. The deployment of broadband into the rural community, but also access in the more suburban and urban communities. That's really important because that child now can be able to do the schoolwork at home. And during the pandemic, of course, this has been a huge issue, but it's an issue every day. Rather than having to drive with her mom to the local library, which some girl might have to do now in Appalachia to find a Wi-Fi signal, she can actually get it at home because of this deployment that we've provided in here, which is unprecedented. So all this is in this. It's all part of it. It's important. The American Society of Civil Engineers has given our nation a report card every year. Our report card right now is a C-. We get a C-. Now, I did get a couple C's in high school and college, so I don't think C's are always terrible, but I don't want our infrastructure to get a C, much less a C-. They estimate that somewhere in America, there's a water break every 2 minutes. Water infrastructure is part of this. They also estimate that 43% of our public roads are in poor or mediocre condition. This hasn't improved in years. We're now listed 13th in the world for infrastructure in the most recent rankings by the World Economic Forum. They every year look at all these countries around the world and say, where do you rank? And the U.S. is right up there. I think Singapore and the U.S. are like some of the most competitive countries in the world in terms of all the analysis they do, but not on infrastructure. On infrastructure, it drags us down because, frankly, we haven't invested as other countries have. The number out there that people use is that China spends 4 times more than we do as a percent of their economy on infrastructure. I think it's actually higher than that from the numbers I've seen. But let's say it is 4 times more. China gets it. They know infrastructure is important for economic growth. I talked earlier about how it makes the economy more efficient and therefore more productive, and therefore you have more tax revenue generated. They get that. We've allowed our infrastructure to get to the point where we are not competitive as a country with so many others, not just developed countries either. We've cut back funding over the years, and so it's probably no wonder this has happened. The Aspen Economic Strategy Group calculated that as of 2017, our total spending on infrastructure across the public and private sectors hit its lowest point since at least 1947. So relatively speaking, we have less expenditures on infrastructure. And this lack of investment has real impact. Historian Henry Petrosky estimates that the delays caused by traffic congestion alone cost our economy more than $128 billion every year. So I talked about the mom who's commuting and not being able to spend more time with her kids because she's sitting in her car. $120 billion a year is the economic impact. That's important too. One 2017 study by the American Society of Civil Engineers estimated there was a total infrastructure gap of more than $2 trillion that we need to address by 2025. Otherwise, we could lose nearly $4 trillion in GDP, economic growth, that we otherwise would have produced as a country. Now, those are big numbers. Those are big numbers. These are the engineers that say we have a gap of $2 trillion we need to address by 2025. Ours is $550 billion over the next 5 years. Historic levels. Some would say it may not be enough. I think it is. And you'll hear a lot about this week as all the different places where these infrastructure investments are made. But others would say we need to do even more. You can see that there is a need for renewed infrastructure. Let me give you a really specific example, and it's one reason I'm interested in this project, honestly. For, 25 years now, we've been talking about fixing our bridge in Cincinnati, Ohio. It's called the Brent Spence Bridge. It's where I-75 and I-71 come together. So think about all the commercial traffic. Actually, 3% of the nation's commerce goes over this one bridge every year. It's a huge economic issue for us in greater Cincinnati. And there's congestion there every day. It's a bottleneck. The bridge is busy. In fact, it's carrying twice the number of cars than it was built to carry already. There are no shoulders anymore on it because they've tried to expand the lanes as much as they can. We recently had 2 trucks crash there, partly because there's no shoulder and the safety problems are huge on that bridge. Took the bridge out for a couple months. Huge economic impact. Huge economic impact. This bridge, again, for 25 years, people have said, we've got to replace this bridge. It's not safe. It's not big enough. It doesn't connect 71 and 75 in the way that it should for our commercial activities. It's a bridge that has been deemed by the U.S. Department of Transportation as functionally obsolete. That sounds pretty dramatic. Functionally obsolete. Unfortunately, again, these accidents continue to happen because it's not safe. You've got 160,000 vehicles on it rather than the 80,000 per day it was designed to accommodate. It needs to be fixed, but it's really expensive. And the local community, the states, just simply can't do it alone. There are critical pieces of infrastructure like the Brent Spence Bridge in states all over our country, from roads to railroads to ports to broadband networks that all need upgrades to stay competitive in this global economy. It's no surprise then that infrastructure is an area where the American people really do want action. They get it on this one. They want us to come together as Republicans and Democrats and fix this problem. There's a recent poll by CNBC saying 87% of Americans think it's important we invest in improving our crumbling roads and bridges. There's another poll that came out a couple months later, a very recent poll saying, again, This is a CBS poll. 87% of Americans support more federal spending on repairing roads and bridges. Two polls, 2 months apart, same number, 87%. 87% of the American people don't agree on anything, but they do agree on this, which is let's fix our infrastructure. Let's do what presidents in modern times have all said we ought to do. President Bush, President Obama, President Trump, President Biden. President Trump had a proposal for $1.5 trillion. Ours is $550 billion. President Trump is a developer, a builder. He understood the need for infrastructure investment. But frankly, Congress didn't work with him to get that done. There were also issues about how that was to be paid for. But I commend President Trump for raising that issue. And he ought to be given some credit because we might not be talking about it if he hadn't continued to say we need to invest big time in infrastructure. Then President Biden in his campaign said the same thing. And when he took office, he said the same thing. We need to do an infrastructure plan. His original plan wasn't one that Republicans could support because it had huge tax increases in it, and it had a lot of infrastructure that wasn't core infrastructure. And that's why we came together as a bipartisan group. Senator Capito is here. She worked with the White House on this to try to come up with a way to move forward. And again, that helped create the foundation for what we've done here. But the point is, Republican and Democrat alike over the years have said the same thing, which is, it's time. Let's fix this infrastructure. Finally, we're given the infrastructure the help it needs and deserves, and giving the American people, more importantly, the infrastructure that they want. And it's a good investment. One 2014 University of Maryland study found that each dollar spent on infrastructure can generate a return of as much as $3 to the U.S. economy. $1 in, $3 out. It's smart spending if done correctly. That explains, again, why President Trump put forward the $1.5 trillion package, why President Biden put together a package, why Democrats and Republicans alike up here on Capitol Hill have talked about infrastructure for years. American workers need infrastructure. They don't need new taxes. That's why in this proposal, again, we say, let's take the taxes out, let's pull the core infrastructure out so it's more focused on what's really needed, and let's do it on a bipartisan basis. And that's what we do in this proposal. The pro-growth policies put in place by Congress through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 was very good for our economy in every respect. Wages went up, lowest poverty rate since it started keeping track of it back in the 1950s. A lot of very good things. Unemployment at historic lows for many groups, including blacks, Hispanics, overall a 50-year low in unemployment. We got to be sure that we're not raising taxes now, because we went into this pandemic with a strong economy. We've got to come out of it with a strong economy. But infrastructure is something that we should do without raising taxes. There was a lot of discussion after the President Biden talked about infrastructure as to whether it could be partisan or bipartisan. And there were some people saying, let's put it in what's called reconciliation, where you don't need a single Republican vote. I applaud President Biden and Republicans and Democrats in this chamber for saying, you know what, this is one where we ought to be able to get together. If you can't get together on a bipartisan basis on infrastructure, where can you? So that's why we were able to figure out a way, again, without raising taxes, focusing on core infrastructure, to ensure that the critical infrastructure we rely on every day, our roads, our bridges, our railways, our electrical grids, our water supplies, our broadband, and more, will get fixed. Again, 87% of the American people are looking for us to do that. It's no wonder. Go home. Talk to the people you represent in your state, and they'll tell you this is one where we come together. We need to deal with the infrastructure challenges we face and the digital divide that is out there. What this does not include is a grab bag of social spending priorities that the Democrats want to include in the other bill they're talking about, which is the $3.5 trillion spending proposal they unveiled earlier this month. And that's an important point that my colleagues should not miss. The President has said that the $3.5 trillion package, the so-called reconciliation package, will not include more core infrastructure funding. In other words, the President has said, I propose $2.65 trillion. The bipartisan group pulled out core infrastructure, said it's going to be $550 billion. I'm now not going to put the additional amount I wanted into reconciliation. Simply put, Republicans and Democrats alike coming together to focus on the core part of this without taxes has ensured that a lot more is not going to be spent, both on core infrastructure and on so-called social infrastructure, with huge tax increases in another package. So this is the best thing for the American economy, by far, to have a bipartisan proposal. The President has said that we're not going to double dip. In other words, infrastructure won't be in the next package. He said that privately, he said that publicly, and I believe he'll keep his word on that. Certainly, those of us who are involved in this will ensure that that's not part of the agreement that is violated. So we're seeing these studies come out that show that this is the right approach for the economy. We talked about the University of Pennsylvania Wharton School business proposal. It says our proposal will actually increase the economy, raise wages for workers, and actually lower our national debt over the longer term. Again, because of this feedback loop we talked about earlier. It makes the economy more efficient, more productive, grows the economy, more revenue would be coming in to the economy. And again, we do so without raising taxes. A Democratic economist, Larry Summers, and many on the Republican side of the aisle have been warning for months about inflation. Again, as I said earlier, this is counterinflationary. The bottom line is that the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act will provide an historic investment in hard infrastructure with input from a bipartisan group of senators while avoiding the tax hikes and the reckless spending proposed by the Biden administration. And importantly, for the sake of future bipartisan here in Congress, this is an infrastructure plan that allows us to avoid the repeat of the COVID-19 $1.9 trillion spending bill that passed under the partisan process called reconciliation. It demonstrates to the American people that, in fact, we can figure out how to work together to get big things done. President Biden said he wanted to work in a bipartisan way. Well, this is a great example of it. It's a genuine effort on behalf of Republicans and Democrats to find common ground and move our country forward. I'm committed to working with my colleagues here in the Senate to see this legislation through to the end. We've come a long way, and I believe we're close to achieving a historic victory for the American people. I encourage all of my colleagues to join us in supporting this Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act so that we can truly make an important bipartisan investment in the next generations of Americans. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam President. I am really on the record opposing President Biden's decision to abruptly withdraw troops from Afghanistan. And I oppose it for the same reasons many of the world's most respected military officials oppose it. We knew our allies would suffer. The Taliban have burned their way through Afghanistan and staked a claim on much of the territory that we have now abandoned. We created a void, and the Taliban walked right on in. And last week, we watched as another of our adversaries planted their own flag in Afghanistan. On Wednesday, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs tweeted this picture from a meeting between Chinese Communist Party officials and the Taliban. That is correct. Wednesday of last week. They even went so far as to say they're hopeful that the Taliban will embrace a peaceful and more inclusive approach to governance. It was a nice piece of performance art from a government recently accused of genocide, but this is what the CCP does best: fill the void, throw up a diplomatic facade, and seize as much power as they possibly can seize as quickly as they can do it. Back home in Tennessee, we have felt the ripple effects of Beijing's creeping dominance. You know, when most people think of a foreign threat, they think of an army or a spy ring. But what we need to understand is that these threats are much more subtle. If you don't know what you're looking for, you'll end up missing it. Back in the mid-90s, when I was the executive director for the Tennessee Film, Entertainment, and Music Commission, we were already fighting a losing battle against Chinese intellectual property theft. Now, this might not seem like a matter of national security, but for the songwriters and producers and creators who fell victim to it, it was a matter of economic security. This theft made them vulnerable. It made multiple industries vulnerable in our state, including the auto industry, auto parts, aviation, water sports. They all started to feel the effects of a dishonest Chinese Communist Party, and therefore it made our country's economy vulnerable. The same goes for those playing whack-a-mole with the pirates and counterfeiters selling stolen or outright fake merchandise. It's a serious vulnerability. Sometimes those vulnerabilities are more obvious, however. For example, when the novel coronavirus sent us into lockdown, we were finally able to draw attention to how much control Beijing has over health care in America. They have a stranglehold on our supply chains for active pharmaceutical ingredients and medical supplies. I introduced the SAMC Act last year with Senator Menendez. That legislation would protect those supply chains and bring production back to the U.S. This threat didn't spontaneously evolve. It's the result of 100 seemingly small vulnerabilities that our adversaries in Beijing have found a way to exploit. How did it happen? Well, it has a lot to do with their slow takeover of international organizations, namely the United Nations. Since 1971, the Chinese Communist Party has exploited hopes that membership in the UN would force them to behave like a normal country. But the reality of the situation is that Chinese diplomats control 4 out of 15 specialized UN agencies and many other subsidiary offices. Even more importantly, the CCP is flooding the UN with lower-level staff, which means they have strength in numbers that we do not have. They've seized far too much power for comfort. Since 2007, Chinese diplomats have led the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, which means they've also controlled the direction of the UN's development programs. By 2015, they had gained enough influence to make development synonymous with Belt and Road Initiative projects, which, as we all know, are debt trap schemes for Beijing's leveraging against struggling nations. This is a debt trap scheme. In 2014, China placed a diplomat at the top of the International Telecommunications Union. Since then, the ITU has more or less been Beijing's mouthpiece. They promote Chinese companies, Chinese telecom standards, and of course support Beijing's attempts to monopolize communications infrastructure in countries stuck in debt traps. It's all connected. Since their admission to the UN, the CCP has practically achieved immunity from accountability for human rights violations. The NGO China has used for years to whitewash their barbaric treatment of Tibetans is now a UN-accredited organization. In 2018, when the U.S. withdrew from UNESCO, who was waiting in the wings to become the largest financial contributor to global education? You're right, it was China. They've used their stranglehold on the Department of Economic and Social Affairs to officially silence the Uyghur Muslims of Xinjiang. They used their status as members of the Human Rights Council as cover for horrendous human rights violations in Tibet, Inner Mongolia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and on the mainland. In 2019, we confirmed whistleblower testimony that revealed the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights sent the names of activists critical of the Chinese Communist Party straight to Beijing. And last year, we watched the World Health Organization praise Beijing for lying to the world about the severity of a disease that would eventually cause a deadly global pandemic. Madam President, we're in damage control mode. By the end of 2021, the UN will hold 9 elections for heads of specialized agencies and 5 for major funds or programs. We control exactly none of these positions. Our task is twofold. First, we must fill these voids. We don't have a choice. But we must also inject accountability by holding ourselves accountable for the integrity of our own relations with the UN and foreign countries. Last week, I introduced the UN Transparency and Accountability Act, which will strengthen America's influence as a key UN member nation and expose the threat adversarial countries pose to international organizations. My colleague, Congressman Michael McCaul from Texas, has companion legislation ready to go in the House, and there's no sane reason why we shouldn't see these bills come up for a vote sooner rather than later. We're going to find out exactly who these bad actors are. We're going to flood the UN with Americans to stop them, and we're going to account for every single penny we contribute to UN projects. And then we're going to make the reports on all that spending available to the American taxpayer who is footing the bill. No more hiding. The bottom line is that we can't win this war without brute force. There is no weapon that can neatly cut the strings Beijing is pulling. Ceding freedom has consequences. The ripple effect created in Geneva and Brussels and New York and Washington can and will destroy the lives of people half a world away. As effective as diplomacy can be, we're alone in this one. We are responsible for safeguarding our freedom. As President Reagan once said, freedom is always one generation away from extinction. It has to be fought for and defended by each generation. There's no kicking the can down the road. Once it's gone, it is gone. There's no better voice for human rights than the United States. And if we do not speak up, we give every other nation on the planet an excuse to stay silent also. No one will come to our rescue if our supply chains are compromised. No one will come to the rescue of Tennessee innovators and companies if their supply lines are compromised by the Communist Chinese. And no one else is going to make sure our children and grandchildren don't fall into one of Beijing's debt traps. Perhaps we should keep that in mind this week as we take up all 2,700 plus pages of the infrastructure package. If ever there was a time for restraint, this is it. The threat is staring us in the face, and I fear that my Democratic colleagues are missing the threat. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
What state? Senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, when I go home back to Alabama, I usually ask the people back home, what's most important to you? Every day, what's most important to you? And usually there's a consensus of three things: a good job, schools for their kids, and safe neighborhoods for their families. That's always what they talk about. You know, the fulfillment of these basic aspirations is the foundation of a quality life, the foundation of the American dream. In my relatively short time up here, I've noticed people in this building often lose sight of those three basic items. We waste time bickering over things that, at the end of the day, don't much matter in the grand scheme of things. We engage in partisan commentary, all in the hopes of scoring political points. Folks back home can't relate to this because they don't have the luxury to waste time on cheap talk. We're witnessing a nationwide surge in crime as we speak. In the last year, homicides have risen upwards of 30%. This is unprecedented and double the largest previous increase of 13% since 1968. There always is more than one factor to consider when analyzing crime trends, but in the effect of some Democrats, anti-police rhetoric has been perfectly clear. Just take a look at what's happening across our country as we speak. For last year, we've heard some Democrats at every level talk about wanting to defund the police, take money away from them. We've got too many of them. In many cities, they control. Democrats succeeding in reducing policy budgets. They've been very successful. They've told police to stop doing their jobs, stop enforcing certain laws. You know, I've heard Democrats say that they want to replace cops with social workers. You know, while I understand the well-intentioned desire to address the root cause of crime, instead of just focusing on the fallout, leaving our police underfunded and ill-equipped is not the solution. If someone is attempting to break into my house, I'm not calling a social worker to come perform an evaluation to develop a treatment for the assailant. I'm not doing that. Too often, we've seen elected officials take the side of radicals burning property, burning small businesses, over the men and women who wear the badge and have sworn to preserve and protect our communities. And now we're seeing the consequences all across the country. As one report notes, in New York City, murders have increased 47% since 2020. Tickets and routine arrests dropped by 90%, but requests for police intervention went up by 50%. But the police won't go. They're not wanted. Murders in Los Angeles this year are up 32%, and shootings up 59%. But arrests in Los Angeles have dropped 37% since 2020 and are down even more this year. In Chicago, murders are up 33% this year. Last weekend alone, 12 people shot and killed, 63 more shot. The latest in a string of deadly weekends this summer, and carjackings in the city have tripled in the last year. Why would you buy a car in Chicago? It's going to get stolen. Makes no sense. In Minneapolis, where cries to defund the police are loudest, murders are up 69%. Turns out that when protesters, activists, mainstream media, and elected officials told cops they're not wanted, it's not just the officers who heard them. Criminals also were listening, and the American people are paying the price. Also, the defund rhetoric from the left is having a severely negative effect on police morale, all-time low. Some officers say, according to a NBC survey, 200 police departments, officer retirements are up 45%, and resignations are up 18% this year. Why would anybody get up and put a uniform on in the morning with a badge on their chest and a gun on their side and go to work in this climate of crime? We have to take our hat off to the men and women that are actually doing this and doing the best job they can. Some police chiefs have had enough. Chicago police superintendent said their court systems continued to release the violent criminals in their jails, quote, making us all less safe. The District of Columbia Police, just right here in our hometown, said, quote, we cannot continue to coddle violent criminals. Amen. But the ugly truth is there's a deliberate attempt to coddle these violent criminals, and it's bankrolled by the most radical fringe in the Democratic Party. District attorneys are the local public officials who determine whether and how the government will prosecute criminals from petty theft to violent crime. District attorneys. In the last couple of years, there's been a big movement to elect ultra-radical liberal district attorneys in big cities across the country. They've succeeded in Philadelphia, San Francisco, Boston, and just right across the river in Fairfax County, Virginia. These rogue prosecutors, and they are rogue, are refusing to prosecute all sorts of crimes like theft, disorderly conduct, and trespassing. Well, what's their job? It's to prosecute, but not these prosecutors. This isn't just opposing the men and women who wear the badge. These radical leftists are opposing the very idea of enforcing the law. The prosecutor's job is to enforce the laws that are written, not rewrite the laws in the book. But these DAs are choosing to follow the law as if they see fit. They know better than everybody else, ignoring what the people's representatives have passed. In San Francisco, District Attorney Chesa Bowen said his office wouldn't prosecute theft under $950. The result has been people robbing stores in broad daylight. We've all seen it on TV, going in the store, just grabbing all you can get and not running out the door, but walking out the door. If the cops are called, they still don't show up because they know that they're not going to do anything to these petty crimes. But it leads to bigger crimes. These DAs are choosing to follow the law as they see fit, ignoring what the people's representatives have passed. In San Francisco, District Attorney Chesa Bowen said his office wouldn't prosecute theft under $950. The result has been people robbing stores in broad daylight every day. If the cops are called again, they won't show up. But probably the worst of all is in Boston. Rachel Rollins, elected DA in Boston in 2018, released a list of crimes that her office would by default move to dismiss when it came to court. We're not going to prosecute these. Trespassing, shoplifting, theft under $250, disorderly conduct, drug possession with intent to distribute, malicious destruction of property, breaking and entering so long as the defender was trying to sleep or escape the cold, resisting arrest, and that's not even the entire list. What do they need a DA for? So a violent felon could steal $200 worth of goods, have large amounts of drugs, break into someone's home, resist arrest, and the DA's office would not even bother to prosecute these crimes. Makes a lot of sense to me. If all that sounds crazy to you, you're right. But these are the actual policies and the real world effects. And now Rollins this same district attorney in Boston that decided she's going to just take a vacation and being a district attorney and not try to convict anybody, this Ms. Rollins has been appointed by President Biden to be the U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts. He's given the person who decriminalized resisting arrest and all these other laws promotion. That's from our president. I wonder what federal crimes she'll decide aren't worth processing. There's surely somebody in Boston that can do the job. And yet President Biden is the only one saying Republicans are lying. Said that just a couple of weeks ago about Democrats wanting to fund the police. He said it's Republicans. I'll tell you what's also not helping to make our neighborhoods safer: the growing crisis at our southern border. Absolute shame. And the Biden administration completely lacks the urgency to fix it. And it's getting worse every day. I guess nobody cares. We've already surpassed 1 million illegal immigrants since President Biden was inaugurated. And remember, this data is looking at the illegal immigrants and the drugs that the Customs and Border Protection catches. We don't know how many have slipped by or how many pounds of dope have slipped by. We just know the ones that we've caught. President Biden is only making matters worse, folks. As our colleagues on the Homeland Security Government Affairs Committee found, the Biden administration is spending $2 billion to not build the wall. We're paying $2 billion. The taxpayers in this country are paying $2 billion to not build a wall. That's right. That's $3 million every day of your taxpayer money wasted just to not build something that would help fix this crisis. The bare minimum we should expect to happen at the border would be to make sure illegal immigrants we do not apprehend have a court date so a judge can review their asylum claim. I mean, that's common sense. But according to a recent report, 50,000 illegal immigrants have been released into the United States in the last few months without a court date. Yet 13% of those have bothered to show back up. 13%. We're going to trust them to come over here and just do it on their own. That's not going to happen. At best, this hurts those who come into this country actually looking to plead their asylum case. At worst, it's giving free rein for people to violate the law. At best, this hurts those who come to this country actually looking to plead their asylum case. At worst, it's given free rein. Congress needs to pass my bill, S-107, that would require the DHS provide notice to appear after releasing the illegal immigrants into our country. It just makes common sense. But as we've seen, too many folks in charge don't have any common sense when it comes to enforcing the law. Everybody can see violent crime rising in big cities. They can see the Biden administration turning a blind eye to a continually growing catastrophe on the southern border. The American people are right to question. They're right to question President Biden and the Democrats' commitment to rule of law. They question their commitment to keeping our citizens and neighborhoods safe. Now, I'm painting a pretty big picture here, but you got to call it as you see it. But there are things we in the Senate can do to make the situation better. We can do things here, right in this room right here, to make things better. It starts with everybody fully supporting our law enforcement, because if we don't, one day we're going to regret it. We need to improve morale and recruit the best and brightest in our police forces to keep our communities safe. We should also empower all law enforcement to address the negative effect at our border crossing. This is the local and state police. The Empowering Law Enforcement Act that I presented a few months ago would give them the power to take over for ICE, which basically they have been handcuffed. My bill would grant this and give the authority to investigate and identify, which we at this moment don't have. If the Biden administration won't enforce the law, let's give local and state law enforcement the opportunity to do it. Folks, wanting safe communities is something every American wants and deserves. We elect public officials, we pay taxes and trust our governments to ensure safety for the greatest number of people possible. It's pretty much impossible to have good jobs and good schools if you don't have safe neighborhoods. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that. If the people don't feel safe, the government and we as government officials have failed to perform its most basic function. Failure of this is not an option. So to reverse this crime, this rising crime, let's support the very people who put their lives on the line every day. I certainly do, and I encourage the President and members of this body to support every member of our law enforcement. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Senator from Maryland.
I would ask that the quorum call be dispensed with.
We are not in quorum call.
Madam President, I rise in support of the legislation that is before us, the bipartisan infrastructure package. I applaud all those who have worked so hard so that we could have this legislation before us. It is desperately needed. When we look at the status of our infrastructure today, the aged systems that we have across our nation, in Maryland, we have some infrastructure that dates back over a century and a half ago. We need a generational investment to modernize our infrastructure, and the legislation before us does exactly that. It will make the United States more competitive and create a lot of good-paying jobs. It will deal with the growing backlog of infrastructure projects that we have in each one of our states. I applaud the work that brought us to this point. I particularly am pleased that the legislation incorporates the work done by the Environment and Public Works Committee as it relates to transportation infrastructure and water infrastructure. I particularly want to acknowledge the leadership of our committee, Senator Carper and Capito. I was proud to be the chair of the subcommittee on infrastructure, working with Senator Kramer, and Senator Duckworth contributed greatly, particularly to the water infrastructure. I also want to applaud the leadership of President Biden. It's his leadership who has brought us to this moment. His vision for America's future, what we need, and he found a way for us to move forward on modernizing infrastructure. So let me first, if I might, talk a little bit about the transportation parts of this bill that I am particularly pleased about. Clearly, we see a significant increase in our investments in roads, bridges, transit systems, rail, airports, ports, and waterways. We can talk about some of the specifics, and I'm going to do that. But first, I want to applaud the efforts that we've made to move forward in new directions. This bill, for the first time in a major reauthorization of our surface transportation, acknowledges the realities of climate change. We know what is happening in our communities. The increased amount of flooding, droughts, wildfires, and extreme weather events are frightening to all of us. In my state of Maryland, I could point to one community, Ellicott City, who has seen 2 100-year floods in less than 24 months. The situation is dire, and we need to act on it. The legislation before us provides $18 billion in reducing carbon emissions and strengthening resilience and building electric charging stations and alternative fuel infrastructure. That is what we need to do, and I'm pleased that the legislation addresses those issues. In the second area, I was pleased that this bill has a significant increase in the transportation alternative programs that I authored. This increased funding will make it easier for our local governments to move forward on projects that are important to their priorities. We're talking about better sidewalks and bike paths and dealing with safety. We're seeing an alarming increase in fatalities on our highways and roads and community roads. The TAP program will allow us to deal with those issues. We all need to be able to get around our community without using our cars, and the TAP program makes this a priority so we can enjoy our communities and we have local decision-making in the use of our transportation funds. I'm also very pleased that this legislation has a justice component to it. I worked long and hard with Senator Carper and others in dealing with reconnecting our communities that have been divided because of highways that have been put in a community that did not help that community. When we find out the communities that are most disproportionately affected, they're generally minority communities. I'll give you a good example. Let me use my hometown of Baltimore City. A highway was built in the 1960s that was never completed. We call it the Highway to Nowhere. It is the Franklin Mulberry corridor. If you go to West Baltimore, you'll see this gully that is a blight to the community. It divides communities. 3,000 residents, mostly African American, are directly impacted by this Highway to Nowhere. It isolates neighborhoods such as Harlan Park. This legislation provides $1 billion as a start to reconnecting communities that have been divided by highways. I know this is good news for the people of Baltimore and these communities and for other communities around the nation, which the transportation program has hurt their community, not helped their community. There's, as I pointed out, there's increased investments in all of our modes of transportation. This past week, I was with Secretary Buttigieg in Baltimore with Senator Van Hollen. The Port of Baltimore is the economic engine of our community. Hundreds of thousands of jobs directly depend upon it. Baltimore is prepared for the Super Panamax. Thanks to the partnership with the federal government, this legislation will allow us to be more competitive in our ports, creating more jobs in our community. I also pointed out the Howard Street Tunnel that was recently authorized under an INFRA grant that will allow double stacking going through a tunnel that's over 100 years old through downtown Baltimore. This will make our community much more competitive. This bill provides additional funding for INFRA grants. And then Maryland, like every state in this nation, has significant backlogs in dealing with our bridges. I can mention the American Legion Bridge right around here, or the Johnson Bridge in southern Maryland, and the list goes on and on and on. This bill will allow us to get to some of those bridges. Let me talk a moment, if I might, about transit. We need public transit. Our workers need to be able to get to work. We need to be much more sensitive to our environment and getting people out of their automobiles. We waste too much time in congestion. I can't tell you how much hours are wasted every day because of unnecessary congestion. Transit, public transit, helps us deal with those challenges. This bill takes a quantum leap forward on the transit programs. I was particularly pleased that it includes a reauthorization of the WMATA program for the transit system in this region. I call it the nation's transit system since it's used so much by federal workers in order to get to work. It extends the authorization of $150 million a year from the federal government through this decade. I particularly want to thank my colleagues in this region, Senator Warner and Kane and Van Hollen. The four of us worked together to make sure we got the reauthorization included in this legislation. And then I want to acknowledge, and I want to thank particularly Senator Brown for his help on this, but there's now language in this bill that will allow those lines that were previously eligible for capital contributions but did not go forward to be able to be reconsidered for a federal partnership in capital construction on transit. We have a rapid rail line in Baltimore City known as the Red Line that was stopped by our governor. We're hopeful that we can restart that. It is needed for dealing with public transit in Baltimore. That project would then now be eligible for consideration for federal funding, and I would hope that the leadership in Maryland would take advantage of this opportunity and put the Red Line back in the equation. I want to talk a little bit about water projects. The Environment and Public Works Committee bill that we worked on, which is the basis of this bill on water infrastructure, passed this body by a vote of 89-2. It deals with Drinking Water and Wastewater Infrastructure Act, increasing funding in all those categories. We have tremendous backlogs in water infrastructure in our community. We have water lines that are over 100 years old still being used in our communities. This bill will help us deal with that backlog. It includes authorizations that I sponsored, including affordability. I want to thank Senator Wicker, my co-sponsor on this. This would allow grants so that low-income families can afford their water bills. I can tell you in Maryland and many other communities around the nation, people can no longer afford their water bills because so much pressure has been put on the ratepayers. This bill will set up a pilot program similar to a LIHEAP program to help low-income families deal with their water costs. I also authored an authorization bill for resiliency grants with Senator Capito to deal with extreme weather conditions and cybersecurity issues, and I was pleased to see that included in the legislation. I do want to express my disappointment. There are things in this bill I'm sure all of us are not satisfied with. I was disappointed that the bill does not fund those new authorized programs as was included in the legislation that passed this body and was recommended by the Environment and Public Works Committee. I hope we'll have a chance during the appropriation process to get funding for these new authorized programs. I was pleased that President Biden's initiative to remove lead pipes was included. I can tell you in Baltimore, we have significant lead pipe issues, particularly in our school system, and I'm glad to see that those programs will be funded. I was pleased also that we're moving ahead on PFAS, which is a pollutant in our community as a result of federal installations. I was pleased to see we'll be able to move forward in that. And then broadband. We all know we need broadband infrastructure. It's included in this bill. The Brookings Institute indicates that in the spring of 2020, when we went into lockdown in our schools, 12 million out of the 55 million students did not have access to classes online. That's a shocking number. And look what they lost during this past year. In Maryland, it's estimated that as many as 324,000 people in rural Maryland do not have access to broadband. And 96,000 households in Baltimore region do not have access to broadband. We must do better. Our goal should be that every house should have access to high-speed internet, affordable internet. This legislation moves us forward on both access and affordability on broadband. That's critically important, and I'm glad to see that it's included. As much as I support this legislation, I got to express my disappointment as to how this bill is paid for. As chairman of the Small Business Committee, I helped develop the programs to help small businesses during COVID-19. They were lifesavers for small business. It saved small businesses, it saved our economy, it saved jobs, and it saved the growth engine for innovation in our community. One tool that we used that was extremely important was the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program and Advance Program. Over 4 million EIDL loans have been granted, in excess of $230 billion. These grants help save businesses. These loans help save businesses. These are for the smaller of the small businesses. They're the ones who use it. These are low-interest, 30-year loans. We have had 6 million companies small businesses take advantage of the EIDL Advance Program, $23 billion. These are differences between staying afloat or going under. The GAO estimated this past week that 86% of the EIDL loans went to our most vulnerable small businesses, 10 employees or less. So why am I talking about it? Because this bill takes away the $13.5 billion from the EIDL program. Just as the time, this is the EIDL loan program, just as the time where we have small businesses that are going to need these loans. We see an increase in wildfires, a hurricane season's coming. We're not through COVID-19 yet, and yet they take away these funds. These are the most leveraged funds we have available. For the few federal dollars we put into it, we leverage much larger amounts of loans. Do we really want to cut back on the ability to help small businesses through these long-term loans? Unfortunately, taking this money away does exactly that. In addition, it takes $17.5 billion from the Advance program under EIDL. These are the grants that go to small businesses that can't afford to take out loans. Now, we know under the previous administration, they put a $150,000 cap on the EIDL loan program and $1,000 per employee on the Advance program. Well, the Biden administration wants to increase the size of the loans up to first $500,000 and then $2 million, but also to give $10,000 to the businesses that need it the most under advancements. With taking this money away, in total about $35 billion, it's going to make it virtually impossible for us to be able to do what we need to for small businesses. That's not right, and we're going to need to do something about it. And Madam President, I might point out, we have the Restaurant Revitalization Act that everyone here was very proud to help our restaurants. That's been oversubscribed. We're going to need a lot more money to be put into that program, yet you're taking away our capacity in this bill to help fund small businesses. That's not right, and I hope I will continue to work with my colleagues so we can find a path forward to help America's small business. And we all talk about helping small businesses. Here is one example where we took the step in the wrong direction. We don't have to choose between building modern infrastructure or helping small businesses. We could do both. And I'm disappointed at this moment that we're not going to be able to do everything we need to do to help the small business communities in our country. I hope I'll be able to revisit this at a later time, but it doesn't dull my enthusiasm for this very important legislation that I urge my colleagues to support. It will make a quantum leap forward in America's competitiveness and create more jobs for America's future. With that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Madam President, I'd like to rise and speak to the infrastructure bill that is before us, and specifically about a component of the infrastructure bill. My colleague earlier, Senator Tuberville from Alabama, said when he goes home, he speaks to people in his state, he always gets a consistent message. I too get that consistent message. Better jobs, greater safety for their family, and a better future for our country. And this infrastructure package addresses those concerns. Now, the infrastructure package, it is about roads and bridges and highways, ports and waterways, increased access to broadband in areas that don't have it now, flood mitigation, coastal restoration. These are things that will contribute to better jobs, more safety, and a better future for our country. But first, let me dispel some myths. There's some misconceptions out there about this bill. One misconception is that it's somehow the same as the $3.5 trillion bill that people have heard about that Democrats have proposed, increasing taxes to a record basis and increasing our national debt when obviously we are pushing up on the debt limit. This is not that bill. This bill is about roads and bridges and broadband and flood protection. That bill is about everything else. This bill is about improving the quality of life for our families, improving the future for our country. That bill is about a sugar high on an economy which is already in an inflationary mode. These are two different bills. So I'm speaking about the one that has 86% approval in two separate polls by the American citizens. The other concern is that this will contribute to inflation. Again, that's confusing it with the confusing it with the $3.5 trillion wish list my Democratic colleagues have. No, the bill that we're proposing, with $550 billion in new spending over 5 years for roads and bridges and highways, is judged to not be inflationary, to actually improve our economy over time. And lastly, that somehow that this infrastructure bill that we have proposed is somehow Republicans playing along with Democrats in a way which is bad for our country. Let me point out that President Trump proposed a $1.5 trillion infrastructure bill. We've put up $550 billion in new spending. He proposed $1.5 trillion. Only 5% of his was paid for, whereas ours is paid for. And so, Madam President, to make the point, this is something that Republicans have proposed in the past, that Democrats have proposed in the past. In this version, it is something which Democrats and Republicans can support. It is paid for, and it does help the American people. How does it help the American people? It gives them better jobs, increases the safety of their family, and gives a better future for our country. Let me give some ideas about how that could occur. There's $110 billion for roads, bridges, and highways, not just to repair some, to construct some others, but also for the safety of those that are being rebuilt or being built. $110 billion. Now, we speak about jobs and safety and a better future. Clearly, we talked about safety. Think about the jobs that will be created by this construction of these highways. Think about the better future, because these roads and bridges will last for decades. And some person who's now a child will drive over a bridge as an adult, and her life will be better because of the highway that this money paid for. There's $10 billion for ports and waterways. Those those liquid highways that take our goods from our country around the world and bring those goods from around the world back to our country. Along the way, creating jobs for hundreds of thousands of Americans. By the way, transporting products by water is the most environmentally sound way to transport goods. This investment in our ports and waterways, again, creating jobs, increasing the safety, also gives us a better future for our economy, a better future for our workers, a better future for our families, a better future for our country. There's $16 billion for the Army Corps of Engineers for, among other things, to address coastal erosion, which is occurring nationwide. My country has, my state has lost more land mass than any other state in the nation. My state has lost as much land as is in the entire state of Delaware. But other states are losing land too. I saw a picture recently of the Gold Coast, that very swank area in the city of Chicago on Lake Michigan. And it showed how the coastline had eroded over time, and now waves from Lake Michigan are lapping up onto the road in front of these very expensive apartment complexes. This is not on the Atlantic, the Pacific, or the Gulf of Mexico. This is on a Great Lake. I saw another picture of the beach off of North Carolina, which in the last 150 years has receded, I think it's 500 feet. And so homes that formerly had a distant view of the water now have waves coming up to their lawn. That is happening nationwide. No place more than in my state in Louisiana. This bill makes a significant investment in coastal erosion and protecting those people who live on the coastlines. It will create jobs as this is addressed. It will increase the safety of those folks that live in such areas. It gives a better future for our country. There's $65 billion for broadband, prioritizing those places without service and those places with poor service. I think of a place in my state, for example, Opelousas, Louisiana, small town on I-49. Think of a parent there that wants her daughter to be able to study Mandarin Chinese. There might be people there who speak Chinese, Mandarin, but they are not the people teaching school. If she has broadband internet, she gets the same educational experience as someone who lives in New Orleans or Baton Rouge or Shreveport. We need to give every child in this country the same access to that educational opportunity. Madam President, I'm a doctor. Most people know that. I also think of the expansion of telehealth and telemental health. Right now, our country has a shortage of adolescent psychiatrists. If we have rural broadband, our broadband into areas of our cities which are currently poorly served, the adolescent psychiatrist can be in her office in Lafayette, Louisiana, doing a visit, an interview with a child who lives in DeRidder, a place that won't have a pediatric or adolescent psychiatrist, has access to real-time visits because of the money that is in this bill. Economic development, I once spoke to somebody who was thinking of setting up a distribution center in North Louisiana in a place ideally situated to get all the towns around, but did not have broadband internet. With this bill, that economic development project takes root because now that investor has the ability to manage inventory, to receive orders, and to communicate with drivers, all because rural broadband has been made a reality, creating jobs, increasing safety, giving that community and our country a better future. Let me just mention one more thing in kind of the economic aspect and safety aspect of this. There is money for sewer, water, and for drainage. Now, if I think of the four corners of my state, but I'm sure every person could think of the four corners of their state, and I think of Hawaii as being a round state, so I'm not sure how you would think of those four corners. But if I think of New Orleans and Shreveport, Monroe and Lake Charles, and all points in between, there is a pent-up demand to address water and sewer and drainage. This bill puts the money out there, which can be combined with other appropriations, which can meet the needs for those folks in my community. I also want to emphasize some of the environmental aspects of this bill. We have billions being put forward to Superfund and brownfield sites. Now, Louisiana has 27 priority sites of those nationwide requiring funding for the Superfund or brownfield. We also have $4.75 billion to cap abandoned oil wells. That will improve conditions in Louisiana, but across the nation. It also includes a bill I wrote with Senator Coons of Delaware called the SCALE Act. The SCALE Act helps build this carbon dioxide pipeline that will take CO2 from these manufacturing plants that are producing a product but emit CO2, and it will build pipelines to sequester that carbon dioxide beneath the ground or to allow that CO2 to be used in another product line. Putting to work pipe fitters, decreasing the carbon intensity of our environment, and giving a better future for our planet. Jobs, safety, and a better future. And I've already mentioned the $16 billion going to the Army Corps of Engineers for coastal restoration and other projects. This bill is an example of what Congress should do. It is focused upon jobs and safety and a better quality of life. This is good for the American worker. It is good for American families. It is good for the United States of America. And with that, Madam President, I yield.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, are we on a quorum call?
We are not.
Madam President, in a state as big as mine, reliable transportation infrastructure is absolutely essential. We're home to both the largest network of highways as well as the largest number of bridges in the country. We're also a major hub for imports and exports, both along the Gulf Coast and the southern border. And as we continue to welcome more new Texans every day, the strain on our infrastructure is growing. It takes a lot of planning and maintenance to get all 29 million Texans, our visitors and crucial cargo, around the state safely and efficiently. When you add in broadband, airports, levees, waterways, it's easy to see how big an undertaking this entire process is. I continue to hear from my constituents back home, like I'm sure we all do, about the need for federal funding to help repair, maintain, and expand infrastructure across our states. But, Madam President, we just can't keep adding expenses to the taxpayer's credit card. We have to figure out how to pay for them. Earlier this year, President Biden floated his idea for an absolutely massive infrastructure bill totaling $2.6 trillion. It included a broad range of controversial and, frankly, overpriced programs, all funded by massive tax hikes on the American taxpayer. The good news is that's not the bill we're considering today. A bipartisan group of our colleagues worked with the White House to find common ground and get a bill to the floor with support from both sides. The 2,700-page text was just released last night, and I know, like everybody else, I'm still in the process with my staff of evaluating just how it will impact my state and our nation. Our colleagues who negotiated and drafted this legislation put in a lot of long hours and hard work to reach an agreement, and I commend them for their efforts. I'm eager to see a score from the Congressional Budget Office to provide a better understanding of the true cost of this legislation. But even the proponents who negotiated this deal concede that at least before the $118 billion transfer from the General Revenue Fund last night, that even then only about half of it was paid for. I believe there so far have been some missed opportunities, one being reform to the Highway Trust Fund itself. For years, the Highway Trust Fund has faced major shortfalls, and to a serious degree, Texans have footed the bill for those shortfalls because we're one of the states that receive less than we contribute. For every dollar we put in the Highway Trust Fund, only 95 cents comes back to my state. That's not the same treatment of every state. In fact, we receive the lowest rate of return than any other state. I don't think it's a stretch to say that it's unfair that Texans subsidize infrastructure projects in every other state, but that's only part of the issue here. The Highway Trust Fund has been operating in the red for more than a decade. The current state of the Highway Trust Fund is unsustainable, and unless something changes, we're going to be in dire straits, even more dire straits in just a few years. The importance of the Highway Trust Fund is we've always believed in a user fee model when it comes to infrastructure. The people that use it are the ones to pay to maintain it and to expand it. But rather than make reforms to the formula to make the fund solvent, this bill throws more borrowed money at the problem. As I said, just this morning, I learned that another $118 billion was proposed to be transferred to the Highway Trust Fund with no reforms to help put it back on sound financial footing. This is quite a step away from the user fee model where those who use the infrastructure are the ones that pay for it. This is a transfer from general revenue from the taxpayer into the Highway Trust Fund. This inclusion was a big surprise to me, and in all the conversations we've had about this legislation over the past several weeks, I didn't hear a word about a Highway Trust Fund bailout. The massive bill, as I said, was dropped last night, and we're still trying to comb through the 2,700 pages of text, which at this point appears to be full of some surprises, and I just mentioned one of them. This bill should not be rushed through the Senate without providing all members a chance to read it, to understand it, and offer their suggestions to improve it. I've been working with some of our colleagues on amendments to this legislation to provide legitimate pay-fors. Since this bill didn't go through the regular committee process, but was really cobbled together by a negotiation, again, in a bipartisan fashion that I commend for their efforts. But it makes it all the more important that since this is the first time that many of us have seen the entire 2,700-page bill, that it be subject to an open amendment process. This legislation will have impact on every state in the country, and every member of the Senate should have the opportunity to weigh in and offer changes. Members of the bipartisan group have committed to a process that allows senators on both sides to offer changes to this bill. And in the days ahead, I hope the majority leader will allow that to happen, and we will have a robust amendment process. Madam President, on another matter, my state is no stranger to tragedy. In recent years, we've experienced hurricanes, tornadoes, a crippling winter freeze, and other natural disasters that have tested our resiliency. Sadly, too, some of our communities have experienced mass shootings. Tomorrow, Texans will mark a solemn anniversary. 2 years since a gunman stormed into a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, and opened fire. 23 people died. Dozens were injured, and the lives of countless El Pasoans were forever changed. My friend, the former mayor, Dee Margo, said at the time, "Hate will not overcome love. Hate will not define who we are." This shooting was undoubtedly hate in its purest form. The shooter was a white supremacist who carried out an act that can only be described as domestic terrorism. Our Hispanic neighbors and friends were purposely targeted, and both Texans and Mexicans were killed by this wicked individual. In the face of this pure evil, El Pasoans responded with love. Off-duty surgeons and doctors rushed to the hospital to save as many lives as they could. El Pasoans were comforted by their faith leaders like Father Marquez, who stayed up all night with 17 families and sat beside them as they were told their loved ones had not made it. And hundreds of Texans lined up to give blood. I was proud to be one of those 3,000 donations at the Vitalant Center in El Paso and Las Cruces. A young El Pasoan, Ruben Martinez, was just in 6th grade when this mass shooting took place. In the days that followed, he created the El Paso Challenge, where he and his mom performed 23 random acts of kindness in honor of the 23 victims. 2 years later, they're still keeping up that tradition and recently gave out roses at San Jacinto Plaza to remind people to spread love and kindness. El Paso, a community that saw the face of evil, unequivocally chose love. And I'm grateful to Texans like Ruben who've continued to make the choice day after day to honor the lives of the 23 who we lost. As we remember the lives that were lost just 2 years ago and the families and the victims that many of us comforted in the hospitals in the aftermath of this, we also carry the painful reminder that justice has not yet been served. Last week, the federal hearing for the accused shooter was postponed until November, and the state's case continues to await a trial date due to delays stemming from COVID's impact on our court system. My heart is with the families and friends looking for closure who must now deal with this additional delay in justice being served. I know I speak for all Texans when I say that the 2-year anniversary approaches tomorrow, that as it approaches, we all stand in solidarity with El Pasoans and remember the enduring strength and spirit of this vibrant community. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
Madam President, thanks very much. I'd ask consent to speak as if in morning business.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to offer some remarks about two of our former colleagues who passed away, and I know many have already spoken about both of their lives and their contributions to their public service, and so I'm not speaking today about the pending legislative business, but just wanted to make sure that I took some time today to talk about both of these individuals. I'll go in the order of their passing just in the last week, really. First, former Senator from Wyoming, Mike Enzi, who served in this institution since being elected in 1996 and then left the Senate after 2020 was concluded. I'll have a kind of a longer statement that I'll ask consent to put in the record, but just wanted to share some personal reflections, because sometimes when you outline someone's career in a position, whether it's in government or otherwise, that doesn't really tell the story about who they were, and we all have different impressions, but it's remarkable how often in the last couple of days members of both parties in the Senate have commented on Mike Enzi as a person. I said that last week in the Health, Education, Labor, Pensions Committee, of which he and I were both members and overlapped for a number of years, that Mike Enzi was the paragon of decency, and that's probably an understatement. Decency isn't a word that's often attached to public officials, unfortunately, but in Mike's case it applied. He was a decent human being and treated everyone with respect. And we could all learn more than one lesson from the way he treated people and the way he conducted himself as a person and the way he conducted himself as a United States Senator. Just in terms of work, a number of us could share stories about issues we worked with Mike on. I can share one or two. One in particular, I remember a bill that had not been reauthorized. That's another fancy Washington word for taking a policy or taking a program and, in a sense, reinstituting it by updating it and maybe getting authorization to have either new policy or new appropriations or additional appropriations. But we wanted to reauthorize the Perkins Career and Technical Education program. But the bill had not been acted on. The proposal, the bill itself, or versions of the bill, were around for something like, oh gosh, about 12 years, between 2006 and 2018 before we finally got it done. I won't walk through the policy, but just share a personal story that when Mike Enzi and I were working on the Senate version of it, there was another version in the House very similar, if not identical, but it needed work in both chambers. But we were working with then Chairman Lamar Alexander, and the ranking member, Patty Murray. So the four of us had to work very hard to get it done. But once it was done, I remember standing here on the floor, and Mike Enzi was standing on that side of the floor, talking about what we had done. And as I was paying tribute to his work and commending him, I thought, my goodness, I may be getting him in trouble back home by having a Democrat compliment him so much, and he was complimenting my work. But I remember that because it was a typical, in some ways, a very typical Mike Enzi work product. It defied resolution for a long time, but he stayed at it, and he stayed in the room, so to speak, until we had it done. So I want to thank him for that work that will allow more and more Americans to have the opportunity to have that career and technical education that they would not have, or at least not would have it in the manner that the bill set forth, which was a dramatic and substantial improvement in that kind of career and technical education from a federal government perspective. The final thought that I'll share, because I want to be brief, because I also have a statement to submit, are budget votes. As many Americans know, if they're watching, and maybe they aren't watching when we do a budget resolution, but it is vote after vote, hour after hour, often well into not just the evening, but well into the next morning. And to preside over that, as Mike was at the time as the chairman of the Budget Committee, I just recall him standing at the lectern hour after hour, having to comment on every amendment, whether he opposed it or supported it. And if he opposed it, of course, he had to make an argument against it. That's part of the job of being the chair and standing there all those hours. But even when he was making the case against Democratic amendments, which was often, in stating his opposition, there was no snarl, there was no rarely political rhetoric. He would just state his objections very forthrightly and very soberly, and then move on. There was no finger pointing, no demonization of the other point of view. So I always appreciated how he did that in an environment where there often is that kind of invective flying back and forth. So Mike Enzi, when I say he was the paragon of decency, that applied to his whole life. And we know how terribly his family must miss him and how his state mourns the loss of Mike Enzi. But that loss was felt in a bipartisan fashion here on the Senate floor and within the Senate family. So, Madam President, I would ask consent to submit for the record a longer statement, which is a summary of Mike Enzi's, somewhat of a summary of his life and a summary of his work in public service.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. And then just some additional comments on another colleague that we lost this year, this time a Democratic senator, Carl Levin, served the people of Michigan starting in 1978, I think almost immediately after serving on the City Council in Detroit. And I'll submit a statement about his life as well. But Carl, as well, was decent and honorable. And I have no doubt that people in both parties had that same impression of him, dealing with him, again, I'll say, as a person and as a United States Senator, as a public official. Carl Levin had a work ethic which was second to none. I don't ever remember him in a setting where he wasn't working. It was as if he was never relaxed and kind of turned off. He was always on the floor, trying to get support for an amendment, trying to get support for a bill. And the difference between Carl and many of us is that he knew the detail of that bill sometimes as well or better maybe than the staff. He knew every part of the policy. If he were allowed to be on the Senate floor with his jacket off, he would roll up his sleeves. Someone was telling a story the other day how that was kind of an image we had of Carl. His sleeves were always rolled up when he was working. But of course, on the Senate floor, he wasn't allowed to do that. But it was emblematic, I think, that rolling up of his sleeves when he was traveling or addressing constituents or the like was emblematic of his work ethic. And the scholarship that he put into the work he did for the people of Michigan, and often for, of course, the workers. The stories told in the last couple of days about him carrying around his union card when he worked in a factory as a young man. He never forgot those workers. It wasn't just a symbol of a union card in his wallet. He never, ever stopped fighting for them. Workers in Detroit, whether they're auto workers or otherwise. So that's something we pay tribute to today. And his work on behalf of those who were powerless or those with little power, those who don't have a lobbyist, those who don't have the opportunity to influence legislation directly. Carl Levin always made sure that their voice was heard. And as much as he was a supporter and I think a consistent and strong supporter of a strong national security, no member of the Senate could say they did more than Carl Levin to support our national security, both in terms of what he supported, but in terms of his leadership on the Armed Services Committee and ultimately as the chair of the committee, working in a very bipartisan fashion to keep us safe, working with senators like John McCain and others, Democrat and Republican alike. But even though in the midst of, or in the course of supporting national security, you deal with big institutions, big defense contractors, big powerful interests that he worked with and made sure were part of the best national security in the world. He was also very tough on those same big institutions because, as many of you know, many people here in the Senate know, Carl was the chairman of what's known as the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, maybe the most powerful subcommittee in the entire U.S. Senate, or at least for many years it was. And as the chairman of that subcommittee, Carl Levin held the feet of powerful interests, held their feet to the fire over and over again with a cross-examination skill that very few senators would possess, even senators who were good lawyers. And Carl Levin would not let those powerful interests up for air if he thought they had information that he needed to extract from them in the public interest. And anyone who appeared before him knew how tough he could be on the most powerful people and the most powerful institutions in the country, if not in the world. So we appreciate Carl Levin's decency and the honorable service that he rendered, but we also appreciate how hard he fought for people that didn't have power. So, Madam President, in conclusion, I'll also offer, or ask consent, I should say, to offer for the record a summary, not a fulsome summary, but a summary of Carl Levin's work here in the Senate, his work as a public official, and ask that that be made part of the record connected to my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. I would yield the floor.
While the colleague's still on the floor, we're talking about the serious side of Carl, and there's also a lighter side of Carl, as you know. And I just want to recall one of those today. I was elected to been state treasurer and elected to Congress in '82, and one of the members of my freshman class was Sandy Levin, Carl's brother, his older brother, who apparently had run for governor, not successfully later, and got elected to the House, and I think it served as Ways and Means Committee chair. But anyway, so I got to meet Carl pretty early, and although I didn't join him here until about 20 years ago. But he is from Detroit, in that area, and loves the Detroit Tigers, and so do I. And to try to figure out why an Ohio State boy would end up being a big Tigers fan, but I was. And we ended up on the Homeland Security Governmental Affairs Committee, and he was in charge of subcommittee on permanent subcommittee investigations, and I ended up being the chair of the committee. Worked very closely with Tom Coburn and others. And Carl asked me, he said he wanted me to come up as chairman. He wanted me to come up and tour the border, the U.S.-Canadian border, and right there around Detroit on boat, by water and by helicopters and so forth. I said, sure, count me in. And we did it. We just had one heck of a day, and it was a lot of fun and very informative. Got to spend time with Coast Guard people and others just who were very much involved in our border security. And late in the day, there was opening day of baseball season. And the Tigers were playing in Minnesota. The opening of the game is an afternoon game. And after we finished our day's activities and was moving on toward supper time, he said, let's go to this area of Detroit where they have all these Mexican restaurants. And we'll have dinner. And but when we got to the restaurant, the Tigers game was on the radio. And he said, let's have a couple of libations and sit in his car and listen to the Tigers game. And so we did. And the game, we were at the 7th or 8th inning, and we stayed to the better end. It turned out to be a very sweet end, and the Tigers won the home opener. And we had a couple of libations and some laughs. And then we went inside, and for like $6, we bought two of the biggest dinners I've ever seen, and had a wonderful time. But I love Carl. I love Sandy, too. And the idea that Carl's left us is real sad. And Barbara, his wife, wonderful woman, we thank her and the family for sharing their husband with us. There was an issue on a more serious note called beneficial ownership, which involved Shell Corporation. and criminals and people are doing untoward, maybe illicit illegal things. We use shell corporations to try to do those bad activities. And there was a question about who should have the authority, who should be held responsible for making sure that no nefarious activities take place because of these shell corporations. Delaware happens to be a state where there's a lot of corporations. I think half the New York Stock Exchange, half the Fortune 500 are incorporated in Delaware. So we had a real interest in doing this, but doing it in a way that doesn't unduly burden the states. This was an issue that we didn't let it become in between our friendship, but this was an issue that lasted and lasted and lasted and lasted. And Carl, when he went to meet our maker, about a year or so before we resolved that issue. And it took years to resolve that issue. And he was tenacious, his staff was tenacious, and frankly, so were a lot of other folks. But we got the job done in a way that I think protects the public interest and makes sure that, that we in government, state and local and federal, are doing our job. And so, Carl, if you're listening, buddy, we're shouting you, and our Tigers are doing better this year. And hopefully they'll continue to. But thank you for raising those points about Carl. It's very sweet. Thank you.
Senior Senator from Delaware, and for those kind personal reflections about Carl Levin. Madam President, I will yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Delaware.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be called up to the substitute and be reported by number. Number 1, Padilla Moran, number 2133, Indian Health. Number 2, Thune Tester, number 2162, Communications Workers. Further, that at 5:30 today, the Senate vote in relation to the amendments in the order listed, with no amendments in order to these amendments prior to a vote in relation to the amendment, with 60 affirmative votes required, 60 affirmative votes required for adoption, and 2 minutes of debate equally divided prior to each vote.
Is there an objection?
Madam President. Madam President, I don't have an objection. I just wanted to say to the Chairman Carper here and others and the bipartisan group and all of us here, we're ready to get this thing started. This is a great way for members to say what they like and what they don't like, and the amendment process is on its way. Thank you.
Madam President, I would say thank you to our ranking member for those comments, and I'm ready to get to work, get down here and start voting. This is a good way to do it. A couple of amendments that I think a lot of us can support. But I appreciate the consent to lock in votes on these 2 amendments. We will start with these and work to have votes on others as well, hopefully sooner rather than later. I yield.
Without objection. The clerk will report the amendment by the number.
Senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, for Mr. Padilla, proposes amendment number 2133 to amendment number 2137. Senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, for Mr. Thune, proposes amendment number 2162 to amendment number 2137.
And with that, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President.
Senator from Oregon.
Madam President, I ask the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank
Oh,
you. Thank you, Madam President.
You're next to quorum call.
I come to the floor today to bring attention to the wildfires raging in our western states, devastating community after community. I'm also here to call on my colleagues to use the ongoing infrastructure discussions to take the swift, bold action necessary not just to confront the current crisis, but to address the root cause and help save others from having to endure similar fires and tragedies in the future. For nearly a month now, the Bootleg fire, pictured here, has been the biggest of 91 fires burning across 12 states. It's been raging in southern Oregon. It's burned about 415,000 acres. Translate that into square miles. That's 646 square miles. Or translate that, that's an area about 20 miles wide and 30 miles long. Half the size of the state of Rhode Island, reduced to ash and smoke. It's ranching country, not a lot of developed communities, but you still have a lot of homes getting burned, at least 161 homes. Double that, or roughly double that, in outbuildings. Hundreds of vehicles have been destroyed. Thousands of families have been forced to evacuate. This fire grew so large it started generating its own weather system. Think about that. Usually we watch the weather to see how the weather is going to influence the fire. Will rain and storms slow them down? Humidity slow it down a little? Dry, hot conditions help them grow, or worst of all, hot, dry with wind? But that's not the case with the Bootleg fire. It created these massive clouds rising more than 30,000 feet into the air. And as the air surges up, then below it, it pulls in air from all around, which feeds oxygen to the inferno. And then, when that air cools and drops down, it pushes the bottom air out, spreading sparks like some living monster, sucking in fire-intensifying oxygen and then spewing out fire-spreading embers as the air cools and descends. Even generates its own lightning storms and spawns fire tornadoes, swirling vortexes of heat and flame. Now, fires are an annual occurrence in Oregon, but decade after decade, they're getting a lot worse. Two major reasons for this. Climate chaos is one, and poor forest management is the other. The forests, due to climate chaos, they're drier, more prone to fire. And why are they drier? Because, well, carbon dioxide from burning fossil fuels and methane gas leaking out of our natural gas system. They're heating the planet. So we have to pivot quickly and transition to renewable energy to stop it from getting worse. But that's the discussion really for another day. Focus today on the second part of the challenge, which is forest management. When fires erupt, we put them out as fast as we can, trying to prevent devastating fires like the Bootleg fire. But the result of putting out fires fast over decade after decade after decade is that a lot of fuels build up on the floor of the forest. In addition, we have a lot of forest that's second growth forest, and trees are planted very close together. And they all grow up at about the same height, so their canopies are touching each other. Makes it very easy for the fire to spread from tree to tree to tree. So you throw in the combination of longer, hotter, drier summers and second growth forests, and you've got a perfect recipe for infernos, like the big fires we've been seeing out west. To reduce the risk of these devastating fires in the short run, we have two basic tools. One is we reduce the grass and undergrowth that fuels the fire. We sometimes call that mowing. And then we do prescribed burns. And the second is we thin the forest. Now, thinning the forest works better in some forests than in others. Ponderosa pine, it works really well. You spread out those pine trees. They would never have grown so close together in In the old days, when fires regularly swept through, they would kill the younger trees. The older trees would survive. You have widely spaced trees. They'd burn up the fuel on the floor of the forest, and it works well. Other forests, wetter forests, Douglas fir forests, other types of forests, we're still trying to figure out exactly the best way to do forest management to reduce fire risk. The Bootleg fire did show the effect of these types of efforts. Over the last decade, ecologists have been working in the Sican Marsh Preserve. They've been thinning out the forest, and they've been using prescribed fires. So they've been reducing the number of ponderosa pines to making it a less fire-prone forest. And as the Bootleg fire came into the preserve, firefighters on the ground reported the flames didn't jump as easily or readily from treetop to treetop. They went back to the ground. Going back to the ground where there'd been prescribed fire, they didn't burn as quickly. The fire moved a lot more slowly, and in addition, it's easier for the firefighters to get in to the front of the fire. So the thinning and burning in Sican Marsh Preserve are strong proof of why we need to use these tools, with science-informed adjustments resulting in the most effective strategies for different kinds of forests. But again, those strategies may not work as well in other types of forests, and we need the best science. And I've asked the head of the Forest Service, get us the best science so we can apply the best strategies to make different types of forests more fire resilient. But we need to be able to fund such efforts on a much more massive scale. You know, out in Oregon, we have 2.3 million acres that have been approved environmentally to be treated that aren't treated because we haven't had the funds. So this infrastructure bill, this is an opportunity to address so much of the work that needs to be done to make the forest more fire resilient. And, well, I'm pleased to say that the bill is going to have quite a bit in it, and I'm really pleased with this. I've been pushing for this for years, that we need to spend not millions but billions of dollars in forest management. So $8 billion of wildfire-related funding is included, and that will help go out through the Forest Service and the Department of Interior. $2.4 billion for hazardous fuels reduction efforts, $2.1 billion for efforts to restore ecosystems on a broader scale in a fashion that will help reduce the vulnerability of the forest and other ecosystems to fire, $1 billion to help fund wildfire mitigation activities for at-risk communities, $650 million for rehabilitating areas burned by fires, $600 million to give firefighters the pay raises they deserve, to increase to a year-round workforce. You know, for years I've been saying one of the problems we have is a big attrition rate in our firefighters. They go out for a season, and then the job's over, and they have to find other jobs. And they find those other jobs, well, they aren't there to fight the fire the next season. Crew bosses are essential. You don't want to lose these experienced crew bosses. So what's the answer? Well, part of the answer is let's create year-round jobs with decent pay, so that when you're not doing firefighting directly, you're doing fire prevention by working on forest management projects. And I think that that idea is starting to gain some traction. We also have funding in here to increase the collaborative forest landscape restoration projects, CFLR projects. Now, a CFLR, a collaborative, it brings together the stakeholders from every perspective, from the environmental side, from the timber side, from all sides in between, and they work out what they refer to as a prescription for a specific forest. And then they go out, and in the beginning, when they don't really have a great trust relationship, they go out together and they'll go through the acreage, they'll mark the trees. Then later on, as the trust grows, they write the prescription and they know it will get implemented as they desire. And they can get a lot more work done. And you know what? It means that this thinning operation, the forest treatment operation, stays out of the courts. And that is very important, because if we're just treating forests through timber sales that are always hung up in the disputes in the courts, we're not getting the job done. And this effort to increase the role of these collaboratives, it puts people in the room that have been traditional opponents, and they're talking to each other, and they're working out plans together, and they find out they actually sometimes like each other. So we need a lot more of these collaboratives. Now, we have in Oregon close to 24 collaboratives, only 4 federally funded. So by increasing the funding, we enable more collaboratives to do a lot more work, and that would be a very good thing. Well, I've spoke to the billions of dollars, but you know what? These couple $1 billion, it's not enough. I'll be introducing legislation modeled on the Great American Outdoors Act to fund $30 billion in hazardous fuels treatments across our public lands over the next 5 years. That's closer to the scale we need to undertake to manage these forests. You know, it used to be you thought about, well, when do I want to go out and hike on the Pacific Crest Trail? Well, August, least chance of rain. Now it's like, whatever you do, think twice about going in August because you'll be dodging forest fires. It's happened to my wife, Mary, and I a number of times now. We planned to hike in the southern part of the Pacific Crest Trail, and twice we had to move to the northern part. We hiked in the northern part twice and had to dodge forest fires. One time it was the fire that erupted and put the whole Columbia Gorge on fire. We had fireworks on the 4th of July. And then just last year, we were hiking starting on the Warm Springs Reservation, and other hikers said, hey, did you know that there's already a fire on the Warm Spring Reservation, right where we were? Well, the wind was blowing the other way. We hadn't smelled the smoke. You're out of cell phone range. You're up in the mountains. You hadn't heard that. But it reflects the fact that you have to worry now in hiking because the forest is so vulnerable. It's so dry. It so easily turns into a fire that can move very quickly, especially if there's a wind. I've worked to get funding for the National Guard to be able to help fight fires the last 4 years, including 1,500 members of the Oregon National Guard have been trained. They have been out helping on this bootleg fire, so that is great. We've been working to enable FEMA to deliver disaster assistance more quickly to the communities impacted by catastrophic fires. And we have to recognize that we need to tackle the issue of smoke. We did used to talk about smoke in Oregon, but it was smoke from burning our grass seed fields, because the way to get grass seed very pure was to burn the fields every year, and so we'd have this haze throughout the summer. Well, it was very unhelpful to people's health to be breathing that smoke. So eventually we said, no, we're not going to burn the fields in that fashion. But now we have the smoke from the forest fires. And wouldn't you know, when I was home last weekend, I expected to see a lot of smoke. There was a previous moment where I drove 600 miles on the Labor Day fires last year. I never got out of the smoke, 600 miles. This time, I was in blue skies. And then I looked and saw the weather patterns were driving the smoke from our fires into Montana. And it was going up in the jet stream. It was swirling around. There was a lot of smoke here in D.C. for the fires out west. Well, so it is a national issue. In fact, I guess the index for air quality in New York City surged to 157, and anything above 100 is pretty dangerous. But that just shows the level of challenge that we're addressing. So we need to tackle the smoke, and it's why I'm introducing the Smoke Ready Communities Act and the Wildfire Smoke Emergencies Declarations Act. We need to recognize the threat exists not just from the fires, but also the impact of the smoke. The impact of the smoke on communities, so we need to have a way to respond and create a national emergency related to it. We need to prepare our communities to be ready for the smoke, to have some kind of air-filtered locations where people with asthma and other health care conditions can escape and get to clean air when the air quality drops so dramatically. And we need to protect our farm workers, so I'll be introducing the Farm Worker Smoke and Heat Protection Act. You know, we lost one of our farm workers due to heat when this heat dome struck Oregon a couple weeks ago. There in Portland, where my house is, 116 degrees plus a wind that was blowing that turned it into a hairdryer. You stepped outside and you're just watching the plants just shrivel up. And we were fortunate. We converted our gas furnace to a heat pump. so that we could heat our house with renewable electricity rather than fossil fuels. The side benefit is we got air conditioning. So we had air conditioning for the first time. But so many houses in Oregon don't have. Think about the impact of 116-degree heat in a place where it's rare to have a single day ever break 100 degrees during the summer. So we need federal standards related to smoke. We need to work with the Occupational Health and Safety Administration to ensure that farm workers get the assistance they need to be able to work safely. I can't underscore enough the importance of us coming together as a nation to tackle these western fires. At this moment, the fire season is just beginning in Oregon. It feels like we've been in it forever. It's just July. We got August, September, October. Well, we just turned the calendar on to August. August, September, October. We have fires starting early in the year, as early as March, burning late in the year. In California, it's a year-round proposition already, and Oregon isn't far behind. My fervent hope is that with fires engulfing Oregon and California and Idaho and Montana and others, it will be the wake-up call we need in this chamber to realize we have a responsibility to act, and to act quickly. We have an opportunity to make an impact, but we have to have the policy knowledge and the political determination to take that quick action. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from California.
Thank you. I understand Senator Carper has already called up Amendment 2133.
The senator is correct.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important bipartisan amendment. And I want to thank Senators Lankford, Moran, Rounds, Schatz, Feinstein, and Smith for joining me in this effort. Madam President, tribal communities face grave and unjust disparities in access to all kinds of infrastructure. But the disparities in access to health care and health infrastructure are increasingly stark. This amendment is very simple. It's common sense, in my opinion. It's a technical fix that would allow urban Indian organizations to use the Indian Health Service funds that they already receive for infrastructure and facilities improvements. So I want to be clear. This amendment would not give urban Indian organizations more funding or take away funding from anybody else. It would simply give them additional flexibility to use the funding they already receive for necessary infrastructure improvements. Urban Indian organizations provide culturally competent care for over 70% of American Indians and Alaska Natives who live in urban centers. Many of those served live in low-income, medically underserved areas. According to recent congressional testimony from the Indian Health Service, and I quote, "Expanding the current authority to be consistent with the authority for other government contractors would allow urban Indian organizations to make renovations, construction, or expansion of facilities necessary to improve the safety and quality of care provided to urban Indian patients," end quote. In fact, the Deputy Director of the Indian Health Service went on to state, quote, "Providing urban Indian organizations with broader authority to improve their healthcare facilities will assist in providing the high-quality, safe, and culturally relevant health care for the urban Indian population," end quote. This amendment, I believe, is particularly relevant in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, when items like ventilation, along with social distancing and other infrastructure upgrades, are desperately needed. This is an easy, no-cost, bipartisan way to help ensure that this package bolsters infrastructure in Indian country, because no infrastructure package would be complete without robust strategic improvements to tribal infrastructure. It has the support of the chairman and ranking member of the Indian Affairs Committee, which just held a hearing on this issue last month, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
President,
Senator from Montana?
are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Well, then, thanks for the recognition, Madam President. I want to start by thanking Senator John Thune on this amendment. He and I have co-sponsored this together. There is incredible investment in broadband infrastructure in this bill. For obvious reasons, the pandemic has taught us we need to have better broadband service if we're going to be able to have distance learning, if we're going to have telehealth, if we're going to have businesses give them the opportunities to be able to expand their customer base. Well, the challenge out there is workforce. And what this bill will do will help us better understand how many folks we're actually going to need to be hired, to train on this enormous endeavor. It will not only help with workforce, it will also help to make sure working conditions are safe and the folks are fairly compensated for a hard day's work. Look, the broadband provisions in this bill are landmark and will create good-paying jobs not only during the building of the infrastructure, but also well on for decades and decades past. We need to make sure every community is included, nobody's left behind. This amendment will help us achieve those goals. I would encourage my colleagues to support it. With that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Delaware.
I note the
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Delaware.
I'd ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection. Thank you. Under the previous order, there will now be 2 minutes of debate, equally divided prior to a vote in relation to Padilla-Moran Amendment number 2133.
Madam President, I'd ask unanimous consent to yield the time back.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you.
The question is on the amendment.
I'd ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? Second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Tassin. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Rono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Sinema, Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Capito, Carper, Collins, Coons, Crapo, Duckworth, Durbin, Heinrich, Markey, Peters, Reed, Romney, Tester. No senator voted in the negative. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Yeah. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Rono, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 90, the nays are 7. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is agreed to. Under the previous order, there will now be 2 minutes of debate, equally divided, prior to a vote in relation to the Thune-Tester Amendment, number 2162.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, the
This, can we have order, please? The senator from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Amendment number 2162 would aim to address the workforce needs of the telecommunications industry and increase the number of workers available to deploy 5G technology and broadband services to rural areas across South Dakota and across the nation. In order to reap the benefits of 5G, we must have a skilled workforce in place to deploy the infrastructure necessary to support this new technology. Importantly, 5G technology will require not just traditional cell phone towers, but small antennas.
The Senate is not in order.
But small antennas called small cells that can often be attached to existing infrastructure like utility poles or buildings. Wireless providers will need to install roughly 800,000 small cells around the nation to support this nationwide 5G network, and some estimates suggest we'll need an additional 20,000 tower climbers alone for the installation of this wireless infrastructure. In addition, after installation, every one of these small cells will have to be monitored and maintained, which will require a substantial increase in the telecommunications workforce. This amendment will help identify ways in which we can expand the number of workers enrolled in 5G training programs and identify ways to grow the telecommunications workforce well into the future. This amendment received unanimous support by the Commerce Committee earlier this year, and I would encourage my colleagues here to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator from Montana.
I want to associate myself with the words of John Thune. Listen to Thune, vote yes.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a second?
There is.
There is? Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Lee. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown. Stabenow, Warner. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Curden. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Who? Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto.
Like this morning or yesterday?
Mr. Cotton.
I don't know.
Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines.
No. Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. What? I can't see him. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Barrasso, Blumenthal, Blunt, Bozeman, Braun, Brown, Burr, Capito, Cardin, Cassidy, Coons, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Duckworth, Feinstein, Fisher, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hirono, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Lee, Lummis, Manchin, Marshall, Menendez, Murray, Ossoff, Portman, Reed, Risch, Romney, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Scott of Florida, Shelby, Sinema, Stabenow, Tester, Thune, Tuberville, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Wicker, Wyden, Young. Mr. Paul voted in the negative. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Murray and I. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Peters. Aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Durbin. Aye. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Ms. Warren. Aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Ms. Murkowski? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mr. Lujan? Aye. Mr. Langford? Aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Bennett. aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 95, the nays are 1. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. President,
The senator from Virginia.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
The senator from Delaware.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendment be called up.
Oh, so the Senate is in a quorum call.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that the following amendment be called up to the substitute and be reported by number. Number 1, Barrasso, 2180, which deals with building energy codes. Further, that the Senate vote in relation to the amendment at 7:40 p.m. with no amendments in order to the amendment prior to a vote in relation to the amendment, with 60 affirmative votes required for adoption and 2 minutes of debate divided equally prior to the vote.
Is there objection?
Madam President?
Without objection.
I would just like to join my chairman in saying, again, this will be our third amendment of the night. I think it shows good progress for all of us. Thank you.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, proposes an amendment number 2180 for Mr. Barrasso to amendment number 2137.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I come to the floor today to address the amendment of which we'll be voting in the next 15 or 20 minutes. It's Barrasso Amendment number 2137. It has to do with building codes and the bill that's on the floor tonight for our discussion and debate, the bipartisan infrastructure bill. There is money in this bill that's being debated today for building codes. And this amendment is quite simple. This is a consumer protection amendment, and it just says no money in this bill can be used to bar natural gas hookups to your home. Can't block commercial use, residential use, and new constructions, so no money in the bill can be used to restrict or prohibit the direct use of natural gas in residential and commercial buildings for space heating, for water heating, for cooking, for other purposes. And can't also use money to compel the adoption of model building energy codes. Those are local decisions that are made. And the thing that's why I come to the floor to speak specifically about that is that people all around the country are very concerned about what is in this bill and how it's going to affect them at home and how they live and their pocketbooks. No matter where you're from, people say, well, how is this going to impact me? People who are living under the times of these massive inflation that they're hitting, they're paying more for groceries, they're paying more for gasoline, they're paying more, and now they're looking at if they come out with building codes that block natural gas hookups, what's that going to do to the cost of energy, to heat their home, to cook, all of those sorts of things. And for people who are not necessarily tuned in to this, who may be members of this body, but who don't think about how so many of the decisions here impact hardworking American families. I come to a story that was in this morning's Wall Street Journal. The headline is, "Natural gas phase-outs are facing resistance." And there's a reason they're facing resistance. They're facing resistance because people do not want to have to pay more money for energy, to heat their homes, to cook, all of those things. And the article points out that Massachusetts is emerging as a key battleground in this U.S. fight over whether to phase out natural gas for home cooking and heating, with fears of unknown costs. That's what people are concerned about, unknown costs, unfamiliar technologies, fueling much of the opposition as the country is being encouraged to go all electric. So what we're seeing is that more towns around Boston are debating measures to block or limit the use of gas in new construction. And they talk about climate change as a reason for that. Well, builders and realtors will tell you that the construction costs go up and the cost of heating and cooking go up if you're not allowed to use natural gas in the construction. As a matter of fact, a study by a subsidiary of the National Association of Home Builders published this year estimated that building all electric homes in the colder climates of Denver, Colorado, the Rocky Mountain West, Minneapolis is part of their study, Madam President. They say it may cost at least $11,000 more to build those than it would if you could allow them to be built for the use of gas. So they're saying, wait a second, before you drive up the cost of buying a new home, before you drive up the cost of cooking and heating your home, let's let people make some decisions for themselves. We don't need Washington telling us what we need to do and what we can do. Major cities right now, including San Francisco, Seattle, Denver, New York, they've enacted or proposed measures to ban or discourage the use of natural gas in new homes and in buildings. This is 2 years after Berkeley, one of the most liberal bastions of the country, passed the first such prohibition in the United States. And as you can imagine, when these things are coming out of California, a state with the highest electricity costs in the country, a state with ongoing blackouts because of their lack of energy effectiveness and efficiency and all of the mandates related to energy, and sky-high prices, the efforts have sparked a backlash, no surprise, prompting some states to make gas bans illegal. So I'm coming to the floor with this amendment to point out that as we're working on bipartisan legislation, and there is money in the bill for building codes, that no money can be used to prohibit natural gas hookups to homes, commercial construction, residential new construction, because consumers have to have a say in this. Shouldn't be government saying, we know better than you do, we'll spend your money, we'll make decisions about how you get to spend your hard-earned money. And as coming from the state of Wyoming, where there's a significant production of natural gas, affordable, reliable, available, people want to use it. They want to use it because they know the value to them and their families and their way of life. They don't want Washington coming in and saying, nope, you can't do it because we know better than you do. And I hear a lot about that at home in Wyoming, people saying to Washington, you don't know better than we do. We don't need you telling us. The bill doesn't say that it's going to tell them. We just want to make sure that by adopting this amendment, building codes do not bar the use of natural gas hookups to your home. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senate will be in order. Without objection.
Madam President, I rise to urge my colleagues to vote against this Barrasso amendment because there is nothing in the underlying provision that would in any way promote prohibiting natural gas. And that's what Senator Barrasso is suggesting is in the bill. Now, if it were such as Senator Barrasso says, I don't think we would have received strong letters of support for this specific provision from both the National Association of Home Builders and the American Gas Association. I have the letters right here. And I would actually like to read from the Home Builders letter. The Home Builders supports Section 5101, which was the original section in the energy bill as it passed the committee, cost-effective codes implementation for efficiency and resiliency. And this is the important point. This section promotes technical assistance and funding for code adoption while maintaining the flexibility for state and local governments to deliver safe, energy-efficient, and affordable housing. Why do we want to get in the way of what states and communities are already doing? I'd like to ask that both of these letters be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. As many of my colleagues know, it is unprecedented to get the American Gas Association, the National Association of Home Builders, and the energy efficiency advocates all in agreement. And that is the result of the extensive negotiations that went into this section of the bill that Senator Barrasso would overturn. Now, Energy Chairman Manchin wasn't able to get here to speak to this provision and this amendment, but he opposes it. And if he were here, he would say, let's not mess with a good thing. This provision doesn't ban, it doesn't even touch natural gas. So I strongly support the bill as written and urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Madam President, can I ask that the vote that's scheduled begin immediately?
Is there objection? Seeing none. Without objection. Under the previous order, there will now be 2 minutes of debate equally divided prior to a vote in relation to Barrasso Amendment number 2180.
Yield back. Yield back all time.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Ms. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Capito, Collins, Haggerty, Paul, Sullivan, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Coons, Duckworth, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, and Van Hollen. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Braun, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney? Aye. Mr. King. Mr. King? No. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez? No. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy? No. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. Young. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz? Aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell? Aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune? Aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin? No. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. No. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford. Aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall. Aye. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby. Aye. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey. No. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, aye.
All right. On this vote, the yeas are 45, the nays are 48. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. The senator from Illinois. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the following amendment to the substitute be called up and reported by number. Lummis Kelly, 2181. Further, that the Senate vote in relation to the amendment on Tuesday, August 3rd at 11:45 a.m. with no amendments in order to the amendment prior to a vote in relation to the amendment, with 60 affirmative votes required for adoption and 2 minutes of debate equally divided prior to the vote.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent.
Report the amendment by number.
The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, for Ms. Lummis, proposes an amendment number 2181 to amendment number 2137.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 10:30 a.m. Tuesday, August 3rd, that following the prayer and pledge in the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed, and that upon conclusion of morning business, the Senate resume consideration of H.R. 3684.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow.